1 2 1 2 check check mic 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 2 3 4 5 6 check 1 2 1 2 check check 1 2 3 4 5 6 testing the mic 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 yes check 1 2
all of us present, I come to this podium to observe the old truth that when the students are ready, the teacher shall begin. So I'm not a teacher, but please welcome to the National Human Rights Discourse of today. I pray you all have your programs at the ready. And I think before all other remarks, I would ask that we straight on put this to prayer. We put all this to faith. And I think we have the national anthem in Kenya for that. So before anything else, I'll ask Javan, who, as he rises, please, let's just give him a small applause because he deserves it. And I think all his, the full name of Javan is Javan the Poet. So please, Javan the Poet, lead us in taking the national anthem for our prayer this morning. Thank you.
I ask us all to be upstanding. We do it in Swahili. Sawa? Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao before we sit, as is our norm, and most of us here, I know we are part of the struggle, and the struggle continues. So I want us to usher the day with wimbo wa mapambano. Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! I love the energy. Viva comrades, viva! Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu na haki ya jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu. Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji. Ili kupetu liangushe haki na uhuru zishanu, zishanu. Haki na uhuru zishanue. Uhuru wetu wa Kenya, uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie na katiba yetu. Kenya, katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze. Asanteni, karibuni.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Otieno Aluoka. I'll be your moderator for the day. But listen, I know that right here we have lots of people, some who are friends to persons seated next to them, some who are strangers to people seated in the room, some who are students of teachers seated next to them. Like I think my mentor is here. So lots of you who also grew in the shadows of those others that do human rights work and have lived to gain useful experiences from it. So please just greet your neighbor and wish them well. If you don't know them, know their names. Ah! More distinctly, let's just say that in the room are the face of Kenya's journey in human rights. For yesterday, for today, and I think this helps to plant the seeds for tomorrow. Specifically, I want to mention, in big honor of the day, the following persons who are present in our midst. I start with Madam Lee. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Madam Lee is the Senior Human Rights Advisor at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Nairobi. Right here. You're not doing the thing. May I also, at this point, ask that Irungu Houghton raise his hands up. We have Irungu Houghton, the Executive Director of Amnesty International, Kenya. Irungu means a lot to me and the human rights journey that we share in. Let me call upon Madam Maria Danon, Head of the Political Section, Argentine Embassy. And if you know Argentina and its journey in human rights through the dirty wars, through the story of the generals, and to now a country looking up and leading in UN sessions on human rights, we will always have hope. Let me call upon Madam Anne Okutoi, Director, National Commission on Human Rights, today. We have Mary Ann Jao, Secretary of Justice, Office of the Attorney General. We must thank the Australian Embassy for sending a full delegation here. I think, Janet, please be upstanding with your colleagues who can. Thank you, Joseph Kimani from the Danish Embassy. Thank you, Dan Juma from the UNDP for finding time. This is a powerful room. After so many years, I meet Madam Betty Okero from the CSO Network, Western. And by the way, if this were to go on, maybe you'd ask me to stop at some point. So I know that right here we have human rights defenders in Kenya doing the work every day to expand the horizons of human rights. Please, let's just clap for ourselves. Janam. Let's respect gray hairs for a bit. Olojanak, I saw you here. With all the indigenous media networks that you've created, we salute you for that. Plus all those that I may not personally mention. I think at some point we will be acknowledging them. So if you have your program on, one more thing. Plus, those of us here was Kenya. 1948, the war is settled. I think that's the Second World War. And we realize that despite what is happening today, blood and iron can only take us far. So, as soon as the United Nations come in to replace the League of Nations, we have that declaration that is only 75 years old this year, that remains the most formidable, the most fundamental and indeed the most articulate instrument of human rights. That's why we're here. Let's give an applause to all those who sat and promulgated the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights in 1945. And if it were cloudy, if it were hazy, if it didn't make meaning, or if it were blurred, or the vision was blur on human rights, we had an instrument that declared that these rights are inalienable, they are universal, and they are irreducible for all human beings around the world. The 30 articles of the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights keep us going. And as a result of it, many more instruments and protocols and treaties on human rights have been backed. So deliberately, we are here on the occasion of celebration of the 75th year of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights to still bring the fog down that our roads must be clear. And we keep going. I think with that, I need some to be here as I introduce the section that would give us opening remarks for this morning. Please come. For all the human rights, social justice centers that are present, again, we give you that clap. For all the individual warriors of human rights, I see our cultural identity somewhere enshrined in that. Hiyo ni Akorino, si ndio? Sisi tuko pamoja. Sisi mnajua hiyo. Hata na yeye, hiyo Akorino hiyo. Article 11, Article 10, and all that we agree to abide by in our cultural and indigenous rights. So for those that may not have picked the Swahili words, our national anthem says, "Justice be our shield and defender." It's a pledge. Our national anthem asks of us to watch our boundaries and enshrines all what we do and histories that he led. He called it the Song of the Struggle. I think this is adapted from the South African, or let's say the frontline states, if you remember the apartheid struggle. It's adopted from the frontline states anthem. And it is all a call in defense of human rights. And we say oppression must stop. We say the fog in the human rights landscape must be reduced to the minimum. Please, Sam, I would ask you to welcome, the next office. But before that, also to tell us why you're here. Asante sana. And we thank you for bringing us here.
So thank you very much, Nation. So again, good morning, colleagues. I think I'm humbled first to see all of you, and just to underscore the importance that we all attach to the human rights conversations in the country. I think that is one. But number two is to underscore the importance that the state plays as a duty bearer when it comes to promotion and protection of human rights. I think we are greatly humbled to have the state law office led by Madam Mary Ann and of course with her team of Emily and the other colleagues on the work that we've done in putting this together, but also your commitment in ensuring that the state takes the lead role when it comes to promotion and protection of human rights. I think we are also greatly humbled by the presence of colleagues, especially those that have traveled from the regions, Garissa, Mombasa, Kisumu. And we are greatly humbled to be joined by Mheshimiwa, and we'll give an opportunity to say something when the right time comes. So we want to get into making the opening remarks for this event, and I want us to begin by calling the senior advisor, Ms. Lee, to make her opening remarks. Lee, karibu sana.
Good morning, all. And it really is a pleasure to be with you all today and to see this wonderful turnout, to have a very important national dialogue on human rights. So without wanting to go through the list again, I think it's important to recognise who is in the room. Recognising Ms. Marianne Jao-Kimani, Secretary of Justice in the Office of the Attorney General, Ms. Anne Okutoi, Director of Research, Advocacy and Outreach at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, government representatives from the National Assembly, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, Judiciary, Office of the Attorney General, of the Auditor General, the IEBC, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, National Police Service, Kenya Prison Service, IPOA, National Land Commission, State Department of ASALS, the Refugee Affairs Secretariat, and the National Council for the Persons with Disabilities, the Law Society of Kenya, distinguished diplomatic partners from Australia, Argentina, Denmark, Canada, and the European Union, United Nations colleagues, civil society partners, human rights defenders, ladies and gentlemen. It really is an honour to be with you all today for the National Human Rights Dialogue convened by the Office of the Attorney General and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. This year, 2023, is a momentous one for a number of reasons. On the 10th of December, Human Rights Day, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is a milestone document that set out for the first time fundamental human rights to be universally protected. Further, on the 12th of December, Kenya marks its 60th anniversary of independence, a milestone for the nation and an opportunity for reflection and visioning towards the future. And today is the 20th anniversary of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. So happy birthday to KNCHR. Throughout this year, the Global Human Rights 75 initiative is supporting dialogues and consultations to forge a renewed consensus on the universality and indivisibility of human rights, and to reflect upon the vision and priorities for advancing the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of human rights in the 25 years to come. 75 years on, the Universal Declaration remains a relevant and powerful instrument that continues to drive our common quest to ensure that all people, everywhere, enjoy dignity, equality, and the fundamental rights that are the foundation of peace, justice, and freedom in the world. The Constitution of Kenya, the Katiba, upholds human rights, human dignity, inclusiveness, equality, non-discrimination, social justice, and protection of the marginalised as national values and principles of governance. Participation of the people is another central tenet. Today, this National Human Rights Dialogue, which builds upon regional dialogues and consultations held across the country, is an opportunity to take stock an exchange on priorities for further progress in realising fundamental rights, and to contribute to the development of a new national policy and action plan on human rights, and a shared vision for human rights promotion and protection in Kenya. This is an opportunity for stakeholders across Kenyan society, from communities, grassroots networks, civil society, independent institutions and officers and government, and also from across the country, as we've heard, to share perspectives and make their voices heard. This is an opportunity to underscore the importance of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and of the Constitutional Bill of Rights, and identify the path going forward, to renew our shared commitment to the promotion, protection, and fulfilment of these rights. As the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, we look forward to this dialogue and to ensuring that this feeds into the global dialogue and shared consensus on human rights that is being mobilised through the Human Rights 75 initiative. Asanteni sana.
Most sincerely thanks, Madam Lee. And the next that I call to this table would be the chair, in that sense, of the non-state actors that have been involved in this process. And the one and only one, Irungu Houghton. Please come.
Thank you very much, Otieno Alwoka. And just to dissuade any sense that we have a chair of the NGO sector, we are a very democratic society and civil society. We are not evil, but we are very civil. And therefore, we don't have chairs as such, but we do have people who perhaps have been working at this for 30 years, and therefore, by virtue of their grey hairs, sometimes get confused with being chairs. Good morning, comrades. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few opening remarks at this really important event. I think there are a number of reasons to not just critique, to learn, and also to celebrate that arise from a few months from now. We will be celebrating 60 years of our independence. We will be celebrating 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And as has been said already, we are celebrating 20 years of the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. So it is a good time for us to be present to our responsibility and our obligation under Article 1 of the Constitution. Last night and this morning there was a viral video of a predator who became a prisoner in a woman's vehicle, and the Kanjo officer, the Nairobi County Inspectorate officer, who I think from the video it seems that he had climbed into this vehicle assuming that he was going to get a bribe, and suddenly discovered a very angry citizen who proceeded to just declare that he was not going to leave her vehicle and that she would spend the evening and the day with him, and basically just said, "I'm suspending my entire life to deal with you for the next few hours." And the fear on this young man's face is really one of the things that I think we need to take note of at the moment. Wajira, a comrade from the social justice centers a few years ago, was the subject of an unlawful arrest as she was protesting across the streets, and she coined this phrase, which I think has become now a mantra for many Kenyans, which is, "When we lose our fear, they lose their power." And it was amazing to watch this young woman stand up to police officers in fatigues, actually they were fatigued, and weapons, and really just see the powerlessness of their ability in that moment. So I think we have to recognize that we are an important pivotal point in the country's history. Allow me to just say happy birthday to the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. We have walked a journey as Amnesty with you, and like many people in this room, whether it be protecting the indigenous people of Sengwe, whether it be responding to forced evictions of tens of thousands of people across the country, whether it be enforced disappearances or extrajudicial killings, or protecting the right to assemble and the right to free expression. This journey we don't take for granted, and we will continue to dedicate ourselves to this work in solidarity with the role of the Kenya National Commission. Let me also just acknowledge Marianne Jao Kimani, who is personally and institutionally the State Law Office is a critical pillar in the work that we do as a country to ensure that equality of the law is a reality for all people, not just those who are powerful and privileged, but that actually everybody has the protection of the full protection of our Constitution. So I'll just quickly, there's lots to be said, but I'll try and be quick on this one. Despite a decade of laws, policies, and experiences at national and county levels, public interest and citizens' confidence in public participation is waning. 12.5 million citizens lefted their electoral democracy last year and handed over the responsibility of electing the fifth presidency to 233,000 voters. Despite a public demand for accountability and justice for over 100 people who were unlawfully killed and the 37 bodies that were recovered in Yala, we have seen little progress on their cases, much less progress on the cases of the 2017 killings during those two fateful elections. We have seen courage within state officers and human rights defenders, and this has caused the disbandment of the 80 officers strong SSU, the arrest and charging of 15 SSU officers last week, as well as the convictions of 4 officers for the killings of the Mavoko 3. Despite laws that protect Kenyans as they are working abroad, we have seen Kenyans in the Gulf states remain at risk, with hundreds facing violence, rape, abuse, confiscation of passports, and the withholding of wages by their employers. But Kenya remains a nation that still gives sanctuary to over 500,000 refugees from within this region. A new integration policy is a critical pillar in ensuring that these people who are at risk and at flight are protected from essentially the underfunded campaign policy that we've seen over the last 30 years. We have seen progress on the election of women governors. We have seen new senators, members of parliament, and over 100 MCAs. But still, gender-based violence, economic exclusion, and social prejudice continues to stalk our women and girls. We have millions of women and girls who are badly in need of new policies and laws that give women and girls a fighting chance against sexual health ignorance, teenage pregnancies, and unsafe abortions. Despite Chapter 7, we have seen corruption cases withdrawn against presidential allies, rather than appoint individuals with records of expanding opportunities. The presidency has continuously appointed individuals repeatedly cited by legislative, criminal, and oversight agencies for abuse of office. Both the president's critics and their supporters must red card these appointments. Despite the competency-based curriculum, we still have a situation in many of our schools and places of learning where students are not safe. Students like Eugene Muredi, who lost their lives, was suffocated to death by police officers in a school during Maandamano. We must continue to demand that our schools are places to raise an ethical, engaged, and empowered citizenry, because if we do not do that, then the next generation is lost today. We must push back without fear when a cabinet secretary says all Kenyans are candidates for death under his government. With starvation, disease, bankruptcy, and homelessness, we must prepare to respond should we collapse domestic food production by opening the door to genetically modified food imports of foreign seed companies. Until we value the scales of justice more than the Kenyan shilling, or perhaps the American dollar now. Until witnesses are protected, until survivors are protected, we will continue to have a situation where defense witnesses become witnesses for the defense, and impunity prevails, and none of us are safe. If we go back a few years to the Philip Waki Commission of Inquiry into Post-Election Violence, the most important finding of that commission was that all citizens and state officers need to discriminate, demean, and destroy each other. Mambo ni matatu. All citizens and state officers need to discriminate, demean, and destroy other citizens in an enabling legal and political environment. Lastly, until we understand that there is a link between the radicalization of influential Christian cults that we saw in Shakahola, the rising gender-based violence and the violence against children and our widows, the anti-refugeeism that we see, and the rising hate crimes and a hate bill that is currently in our parliament called the Family Protection Bill, and the sponsor is among us. Until we connect all of this, we will not be able to understand what is the greatest threat to our constitution and to our country, which is the idea that there are some human beings that do not deserve equality under the law, that they do not deserve dignity under the law, and they do not deserve our protection under the law. There are two pillars of protection for women that are being challenged as we speak now. The first is the Sexual Offences Act, and the second is the Female Genital Mutilation Act, or the Anti-FGM Act. Let us seize the opportunity of celebrating 60 years of our independence and 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let us honor the last 20 years of the Kenya National Commission by essentially declaring that we do not need any form of identity-based discrimination in this republic. We do not need more hatred. We need ways of dealing with the families that have current fears of being bankrupted, excluded, violated, and hurt. This year, Kenya commemorates 60 years of freedom from colonial rule. Whether it will be a celebration or an empty ritualistic ceremony depends, as always, on whether we individually and collectively exercise Article 3.1 of our Constitution and realize the full promise of that Constitution. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Let's have a powerful conversation that is honest, that is open, and that is geared at keeping all Kenyans safe, all Kenyans dignified, and all Kenyans equal under our laws. Thank you very much.
And we want to take note that we've been joined by the chairperson of the National Land Commission. And we'll be giving an opportunity just to say something at some point today. I think we are excited about the diversity of persons and institutions that we have in the room. And it just points to the importance that it's not just about civil and political rights, because when we speak about rights, we only speak about mandamano and police brutality and everything, but it goes beyond that, that even land is a serious rights issue. Karibu sana, Chairperson. So I want to invite Anne Marie Okutoyi from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, who will briefly speak about the process of what we've undertaken since the beginning of these conversations to where we are today. Anne, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Samson. Good morning to all of you. Before I read the written remarks, first, receive the greetings of the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. That's Madam Roslyn Odede, who sends her greetings and her blessings and commitments to the deliberations of this meeting. Secondly, on behalf of the Commission, I just want to thank all the warm wishes as the Commission commemorates its 20th anniversary. And what a wonderful way to celebrate this milestone with all of you. So thank you very much. To our chief guest, the Secretary of Justice at the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice, Madam Marianne Njau. To the Chairperson of the National Lands Commission. To the Member of Parliament, Homa Bay Constituency, Honorable George Kaluma. To the Senior Human Rights Advisor of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madam Lee. To the members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners represented today. To the various representatives of constitutional commissions and independent offices, to the representatives of the various government offices, both national and county, to the representatives of the civil society organizations, to our human rights defenders. And I'm so happy that we have them not just from Nairobi, but all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. So on behalf of the Commission, I wish to welcome all of you to this very enriching conversation that seeks to enrich the human rights discourse in Kenya. And indeed, where we have all these human rights defenders present in one room, is definitely a safe space, and we hope to hear your voice today. So the National Human Rights Dialogues are a vision of the National Human Rights Policy and Action Plan that seeks to continuously engage various stakeholders on the steps made towards the promotion and protection of human rights in Kenya. This has been spearheaded by the State Law Office, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Kenya. And it was necessitated by the ongoing review of the National Policy and Action Plan on Human Rights, and as we also commemorate 75 years of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. So in a nutshell, these dialogues were meant to serve 4 specific objectives. Number 1 was to understand the unique human rights challenges in different regions in the context of this national conversation. And that's why it's so critical to hear the voices, especially of human rights defenders across the country. Secondly, these dialogues are meant to foster an environment for open human rights dialogues among all stakeholders, including government officials, human rights defenders, civil society organizations, and communities across the country. Thirdly, the dialogues aim to embark on an effective and implementable policy review of the National Human Rights Action Plan for the better protection and promotion of human rights in Kenya. And lastly, these dialogues aim to concretize national commitments towards enhancing human rights and strengthen collaboration among government bodies, CSOs, human rights defenders, and communities. And this is really to look at an effective and timely response to the human rights issues in the country. So this series of regional dialogues have been held between the months of August and October 2023, and were held specifically in Garissa, Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Isiolo, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Uasin Gishu. And I'm very happy that we shall be hearing the voices from these regions. So these regional dialogues, they brought state actors, non-state actors, human rights practitioners, academicians, policymakers, human rights monitors and defenders, activists, and several grassroots civil society organizations. and specifically the institutions represented also included government agencies. In the specific regions, we had the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, that's the IPOA. We had the National Police Service, the Judiciary, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Probation and Aftercare Department, and the Department of Children Services. Some of the key issues that came out of these dialogues included ethnic exclusion, marginalization, displacements, access to justice, high cost of living and the impact that it has on human rights, land-related grievances, security and community conflicts, police brutality, and the limited access to basic services as stipulated under Article 43 of our Constitution, including education, healthcare, and indeed the whole social economic deprivation that our people are facing. At the end of these regional dialogues, specific strategies and recommendations were drafted, and these will form the basis of the national dialogue that we are having today. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's dialogue, as you can see, brings over 200 participants from both the state and non-state actors. And this is really our resolve to fortify our commitment and ensure the National Human Rights Policy and Action Plan remains a reality for our people. Today's national dialogue will culminate with an official communique that will act as a commitment from all of us towards the promotion and protection of human rights in Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, this is your platform. This is a safe space as we hold a conversation around the state of human rights in our country and what our commitment is to ensure that all Kenyans, all in Kenya, enjoy human rights. Karibuni and asanteni sana.
Allow me to welcome to the room Caroline Abong from the Netherlands Embassy. I'm happy that we had the history of working together with Caroline and that she's able to join us for this dialogue. The next, our eyes have met. The next address that we'll have, and we should be very keen on this, is going to come from the State Law Office. And so it is my distinct pleasure and honor to invite to the podium Madam Anne, Marie. Not Marie, but Madam Marianne. Thank you very much. But Marianne and yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. In my language, you say whichever name you give to a child, they'll still grow up. So in my case, I'll still grow older. Allow me, coming from government, to just at least mention a few names, representatives of each one of us. Honorable Kaluma, the chairperson, Kenya Land Commission, Madam Anna Okitoy, Director, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Madam Emily Chua, Director, Legal Affairs, Office of the Attorney General, Department of Justice, Madam Lee, Senior Human Rights Advisor, Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, Mr. Iroko Horton, Executive Director, Amnesty International, members of the diplomatic corps, including Carol Abong, is the reason I have mentioned her, representatives of civil society, representatives of government ministries, departments, and agencies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the phrase all protocols observed, because like somebody observed, we are all human rights defenders in this room. In fact, the only thing somebody I want to correct is there was no chief guest. We are all human rights defenders representing different interest groups. Before I start the address on behalf of the Attorney General and Department of Justice, allow me to say personally how pleased I am that we are again having a national dialogue to review this national policy, because majority of you will remember, even as we wish Kenya National Commission on Human Rights happy anniversary, the policy we are reviewing really is as old as the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and the then Ministry of Justice, and that's why I had to mention Madam Emily Chwea, because those of you in the room will know that this policy we're reviewing now, it was actually a precursor to this very strong constitution that we have now, especially the Bill of Rights. The public participation, you say, I think this was the first policy where there was truly meaningful public participation. There is no corner of this country we didn't go to, places even sometimes where we had to build our own bridges to get to the regions we were going to. So it really gladdens my heart to see that finally, at least, now with hindsight, we can look at this, because human rights, like we said, the way we realize them, things change, isn't it? Eh? So we should be responsive. And on behalf of the duty bearers, this gives us at least a lot of pleasure to say that then we shall be carrying out our duties meaningfully and responsibly to our citizens. So allow me to say again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to stand before you today to deliver this address on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. This gathering, like you have been told, is no ordinary event. It is a momentous occasion that underscores Kenya's commitment and determination to be a more human rights respecting state. The National Human Rights Dialogue we embark on today represents the culmination of a series of regional dialogues, like Madam Ann has said, that have been carefully designed by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Nairobi office, the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. The regional dialogues that were convened across the country have been instrumental in gathering diverse regional perspectives on the human rights landscape in Kenya. They have allowed us to hear the unique voices of the communities, and today we bring these perspectives together for a broader, more inclusive national dialogue on human rights. This dialogue is pivotal as it aims to address the pressing human rights challenges that we have in Kenya. It aspires to foster an inclusive conversation that transcends borders and boundaries, involving government officials, like you've been told, human rights defenders, civil society organizations, and representatives from various communities. I take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of those who attended the regional dialogues from different counties. Your participation has been invaluable. The objectives of this dialogue then include, like you have been told, seeking an understanding of the unique human rights challenges that vary across Kenya's regions and incorporate those perspectives into this national conversation. Secondly, it aims at fostering an environment that encourages open dialogue among all stakeholders, be they government officials, other human rights defenders, civil society organizations, and community representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, this collective approach is hoped will ensure a coordinated and effective response to human rights challenges in Kenya, and will also enhance our networking and collaboration among ourselves. For the government, this national dialogue provides an unprecedented opportunity to consolidate insights, experiences, and recommendations from the regional dialogues to inform the review of Sessional Paper number 3 of 2014, which we call the National Policy and Action Plan on Human Rights. The importance of this policy as the framework for integrating and mainstreaming human rights in all sectors cannot be gainsaid. The dynamic nature of human rights, with new threats, challenges, and emerging areas, compels us to revisit our commitments and chart our priorities for the future. In a broader context, this national dialogue serves as a crucial build-up to the celebration and commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on 10 December 2023 during the Human Rights Day. It is a significant milestone, a testament to the enduring importance of the Declaration and the need for us to continually adapt and renew our commitments to human rights. This dialogue is hoped will also ensure that a multitude of stakeholders can participate meaningfully and inform the government's pledges as we approach this 75th anniversary. It will be an appropriate conclusion to all the dialogue and conclusions, culminating in a pledging tree that represents national commitments and those of the community of states to the promotion and protection of human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from government, allow me to demonstrate Kenya's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights on both the regional and global stages with just a few highlights. First, Kenya has been an active participant in the regional and United Nations human rights mechanisms, including the African Commission on People and Human Rights, the Human Rights Council, and the treaty bodies, to report on Kenya's progress and challenges in implementing regional and international human rights instruments. This not only demonstrates our commitment to transparency, but also allows us, for constructive, to continually get constructive feedback from these bodies. Moreover, Kenya has been a strong advocate for the rights of refugees and asylum seekers. We all know that our nation has a long-standing history of hosting refugees from neighboring countries, providing them with a safe haven and opportunities for a better life. This commitment is in alignment with the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, especially emphasizing the right to asylum from persecution and other violations of human rights. Kenya's dedication to the principles of the United Nations Charter and commitment to global peace and security is demonstrated by her active participation in peacekeeping missions, contribution of troops to various United Nations missions in conflict zones, which play a vital role in protecting civilians, promoting stability, and upholding human rights in regions affected by conflict. In addition to these efforts, Kenya has actively participated in regional initiatives aimed at addressing common human rights challenges. And I think the best example will be the Kenya's hosting of the African Climate Summit, which gave testimony to Kenya's commitment to human rights, recognition and demonstration of a profound understanding of the interconnectedness between environmental rights and other human rights. Recognizing also that climate change disproportionately affects vulnerable populations, exacerbating existing inequalities, and threatening the right to life, health, and livelihoods, Kenya's initiative to host this summit underscored its dedication to creating a sustainable future for not only its people, but also those of Africa and other nations, and aligning environmental stewardship with the protection and promotion of human rights. This event not only showcased Kenya's leadership in climate action, but also reflected a holistic approach that values the dignity, security, and well-being of its citizens in the face of environmental challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to remind ourselves of some of the internal initiatives and policies that may also exemplify Kenya's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights, as a demonstration also that we do not shy away from our human rights obligations. The promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya in 2010 marked a monumental moment in our history. It not only established a robust framework for protection of fundamental rights and freedoms, but also ushered in a new era of accountability and inclusivity. Under this framework, Kenya has established national human rights institutions respected all over the world, which are dedicated to the promotion and protection of human rights. These institutions provide vital checks and balances, ensuring that government actions align with human rights standards. Their independence, therefore, is crucial in fostering transparency and accountability. The judiciary, too, as the guardian of the Constitution, has also played a pivotal role in upholding human rights. Landmark court cases, court decisions have set precedents that resonate far beyond our borders, emphasizing the importance of judicial importance in ensuring justice for all. One of the decisions I'll mention led to the recognition of the intersex sex marker in addition to the male and female sex markers during the 2019 national census, which was a first not only in Africa, but in many parts of the world. In recent years, Kenya has also made important strides towards resolving statelessness by recognizing as citizens thousands of previously stateless people, including those from the Makonde, the Shona, Samidian communities, thus ensuring their ability to fully participate in the development of the country and also enjoying the body of rights that inherently belong to them as human beings first and as citizens. Furthermore, Kenya has also been a pioneer on the African continent by developing a comprehensive national action plan on business and human rights. This initiative seeks to ensure that businesses operating within our borders adhere to ethical practices and promote sustainable development while respecting human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, while these achievements are laudable, we acknowledge that challenges persist. The national dialogue we're having today is an acknowledgement that there is more work to be done. This dialogue then serves as a forum for introspection and collaboration. It provides an opportunity for us to identify areas for improvement, address emerging human rights issues, and strengthen our commitment to creating a society where every individual enjoys their fundamental rights and freedoms. Today, let us celebrate the progress we have made and recognize the resilience and dedication of the people and institutions who have worked tirelessly to protect and promote human rights within our borders. As we embark on this dialogue, let it be a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to building a Kenya where justice, equality, and respect for human dignity are the cornerstones of our society. Let us appreciate too that the journey towards the full realization of human rights is ongoing, but Kenya starts to be counted at the forefront of this journey, committed to continuous improvement, inclusivity, and justice, as we leverage all the lessons from our past and the collective wisdom of diversity to create a culture where the flame of human rights burns brightly for all. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to each one of you for your presence today and your commitment. This presence today signifies a collective commitment to shaping a future where human rights are not just protected on paper, but a lived reality for every Kenyan. I wish us all fruitful deliberations, perceptive insights, constructive thinking, and a collaborative and accommodating spirit. May this dialogue be a catalyst for positive change, paving the way for a more just, inclusive, and rights-respective society in Kenya. I thank you all. Let the dialogue begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Marianne, and I think we need to give her a better clap. Because the state has spoken, and when the state has spoken, you need to take note and act. I think we are happy by the commitment that is given by the state, and of course the several actions that we have all undertaken. I think one of the things you say that inspires me is that all the institutions stated here have played a great role when it comes to protection and promotion of human rights, and therefore we all need to be proud of it. So whether it is CSOs, state actors, development partners, and everyone on board, asanteni sana, and thank you so much, Madam Marianne. We want to take note that we've been joined by the Deputy Ambassador of Switzerland. Karibu sana. And because Madam Marianne has said that let the dialogue begin, and therefore we begin, and therefore I want to invite the chairperson of the National Land Commission just to give very brief opening remarks as regards to what we are discussing today. Karibu sana, Bwana Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I will ride on the protocols as has been done before, and also observing that it was said that there is no guest of honor. We are all guests equally. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Much as we don't have a chief guest as such, I think the remarks that have just been made were the keynote remarks. It may be a bit odd speaking after that, but I think since we are talking about a continuous dialogue, I will contribute briefly to this dialogue. Let me start by pointing out the coincidence that as we are looking at the review of this policy on human rights, we are in the process of reviewing the national land policy. And as I requested to speak and leave in a short while, it's because in an hour I'll be chairing a meeting where we are trying to see how we conclude the process at the level of the National Land Commission. Now, the National Land Policy that has not been reviewed so far is the session of paper number 3 of 2009, which was the first comprehensive policy on land matters in Kenya. And there was an expectation that there will be a review after 10 years. There's been a bit of a delay. We're in the 14th year now, but we are in the process of concluding the proposals with a view to a session paper. Significantly, that policy of 2009 is the one that proposed the creation of the National Land Commission as an independent commission to work around the rights of Kenyans to land. And that same constitution then conferred on the commission the mandate to recommend a national land policy to national government. And that is what we are actually currently doing. We are working on a recommendation that now will forward to the national government on a land policy. So, as I said, it's an interesting coincidence that we are dealing with these policies at the same time. And I would probably point to the draft session paper that we have, the booklet that we all have, on page 23. From the second last paragraph, rights relating to property, the protection of the right to own property of any description anywhere in Kenya, which is safeguarded in the Constitution. And then the next paragraph is key challenges as documented in the National Land Policy. That was now the 2009 National Land Policy. The land question has manifested itself in many ways, such as fragmentation, breakdown in land administration, disparities in land ownership, and poverty. I will not go through all that, but I'm pointing out that aspect of the interrelation and the dependence in terms of these various rights. So this has been captured in terms of what are the issues around land. And as we are working on the broader policy on human rights, we are looking also at the policy on land. Now, there is so much to be said. And as one speaker indicated here in the discussions, the dialogues that have been held out there, I took note that many of those dialogues were in what we normally call the marginalized counties, the northeastern part of the country. Now, whereas the Constitution in Article 40 provides for the right to own property in any part of Kenya, and that captures the spirit of Article 17 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, there is an emphasis on the rights to own property. But you can have a right to own property, but do you have access to it? It's one thing to tell you have a right to own property, but how do we facilitate the enjoyment of that right? So one of the key issues that was observed in the National Land Policy of 2009 was that we have two systems of land tenure in Kenya that run parallel. One is the Anglo-Saxon concept of land ownership, where you say this land is mine, these are the boundaries, if you cross, that is trespass. Now, much as for many of us, that has become so much part of our understanding of rights to land, it's actually not consistent with what is the traditional, customary way of understanding land rights in Africa and in Kenya. And that is why there was observed that there is what we call the customary land rights. But those were not entrenched well enough in the law. And that's what now the Constitution of Kenya came up with in recognizing what we call community land. So we have three categories of land. You have private, you have public, and community land. And there was need to ensure that is properly entrenched in the law in terms of how is it that we ensure that this concept of customary land tenure is recognized. So that we all appreciate this. The traditional Anglo-Saxon and I emphasize that because that's what we inherited from the British, is I own this parcel of land, it is mine, there are boundaries, there are beacons. So you don't cross. The moment you cross, you have trespassed. That was individualized customary land tenure. Now, what is more traditional for most of us is we own the land communally. So if you live in Runda or you live in Karen, and the Maasai is taking his cattle around, is looking for grass, if he sees grass inside your compound, he knows the grass belongs to the cattle. So he will come in with his cattle and graze. So the concept of you telling someone that, look, you cannot bring your cattle to graze inside this, it does not quite fit within their understanding. Because grass is meant to be consumed by cattle. So why would you be having very nice, you're watering your grass every day, it's sprouting, it's looking well, out there it's dry, and you don't want the cattle to come in and graze. Now, so the whole concept is you have access. It's more about access, not ownership in the strict sense. It is access to land and the use of land and resources. That's why you will use this water and that grass and move on. Someone else may come and use that area, and then you also use it communally, not as an individual. So those are the broad differences. And it's because of that that when you read the Community Land Act, you see the difference in terms of the need for the communities to decide how it is that they manage their land and how they use and have access to the land. And interwoven with that also is within the aspect of non-discrimination on gender, on age, and race, and so on. The law has also made it very clear that the leadership in community, the community land leadership, there will be inclusion of women and youth, and there are minimums for that, so that then we avoid also discrimination based on gender. So then, coming back to the issue now, the right to own land, which is entrenched in the Constitution. What the Constitution came up with and what is captured in community land law is a scenario where those communities regulate their own way of managing their land, and whether you call it ownership or whatever it is, they have the land, they decide how they own it, how they manage it. And that's what I think is one of the most fundamental developments from the 2009 national policy that got an entrenchment in the Constitution and the law. In the last couple of weeks, including just 3 days ago, the CS Lands and I were opening a regional conference on customary land law, where we had a number of communities from across the region, Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda, and so on and so forth, where we are also doing a comparative analysis of this aspect of customary land use. So have that at the back of your mind. There is ownership, but there is also use and access. And the use and access is what is more the concept to work around in terms of community land. So that now deals with the rights to own land. Now, it cannot be overemphasized that when we talk about the right to property, underlying anything to do with property is land. And it is land that people fight over, including the most vicious of wars that even now we see across the world. It's about land and access to land. Now, another aspect that is captured in the Constitution is non-deprivation of property. You should not be arbitrarily deprived of your property. So there is a law on acquisition of land, and that is one of the mandates that we exercise as a commission. There are very robust processes of ensuring that if the government is to take your land for a public purpose, you are well compensated. We talk of, the Constitution talks of prompt, full, and just compensation. Now, I must confess, the first part of prompt we have not lived to it. We try to make full and just compensation. We value your property. We make sure you get the rightful value for your property. But as to prompt, that has been a big challenge. And that's been a big challenge because as soon as we do our job as a commission, we find that we do not have the funds availed. These are budgetary issues. And the discussions we've been having around also whether government should continue acquiring more and more land without compensation, or it should focus on ensuring compensation of land already acquired and go slow on newer projects that require land. Mheshimiwa Karuma, you've been in Parliament, you know the challenges, issues around this. So I'm sure in these conversations we should be able to focus on that. Another mandate that again is interwoven with all this, we as a commission have the mandate of conducting investigations into historical land injustices. We have been doing that over time across the country. The greatest challenge we have around that is also funding. We have thousands of cases. They are very involving. You know, we are conducting investigations and hearings into historical land injustices. It's all kind of things that you do in a boardroom. You need to go to the ground and engage with the people and so on and so forth. That costs. So that has been a major challenge, financing. Thankfully, we have had development partners, FAO and others, as well as non-state actors in that sector, supporting us in that mandate. And I would urge, I see many of you here, I would urge those who appreciate that to work along with us so that we can achieve something around that. So, on matters environment, of course, we have other roles. When you consider the chapter on land law, is very detailed in the Constitution. So with that, I probably just be emphasizing what is also captured in this policy of how the many rights are interdependent and interrelated. So finally, I this morning, actually when I walked in, I was asked to make some remarks, but I said, let me acclimatize. I hear what people are saying. I might say something that does not fit within the rhythm of what is being discussed. But having been allowed, and then I said, having heard how the discussion is going, let me make my remarks and request that I be allowed to leave and attend to other matters. I was reaching out to my fellow chair this morning. It was not known to me she was not around, but one of the reasons I also made sure I came is because I happen to be the chair of the chairs of constitutional commissions and holders of independent offices, and amongst ourselves we try to support each other to look out for each other and find out what challenges we're having. So I'm quite pleased to be part of this conversation. Even if I'll not be with you all the time, I will follow to see how the conversation ended. Then we see how we can further engage with other conversations. And in that same spirit, we shall be making further invitations on matters of national policy so that we see how we synchronize. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
Chairman, as you are here, just 1 minute. Again, please let's just give that applause to Chairman. He says he has to leave and learn to break the protocol a bit. Chairman, are you leaving anybody from the commission here? Did you? Yeah, apparently is he brought himself, soul, body and spirit here. Nobody would remain here from the commission. Are you able to take just one question before you leave? Maybe there is something urgent. Like I could start. Are your hearings on? When do you resume again the traditional historical justices hearings?
Okay. First of all, I think it's a challenge to me that I came alone. As I said, I came mainly because a chair invited me, so I came as a fellow chair, the chair of chairs. But I think I'm now challenged to send someone to take part. Yes, the the investigations, we call them investigative hearings. The investigative hearings are ongoing. And maybe just to give you a snapshot, we have some historical land injustices that would relate to some neighbors in small communities that are fairly straightforward. Then there are many, there are a number that are huge, that take us back to history, and they involve large communities. By way of illustration, only 2 weeks ago, we were starting investigative hearings on historical land injustice claims in Tana River County, where we have about 200 of them. And something very interesting relating to what I was just discussing about land tenure is that in Tana River, you will find communities that have various aspects of land tenure that live side by side. And their land tenure is not exactly the same, but somehow they are able to manage. The Pokomo are settled farmers. So their tenure system very easily leans towards the Anglo-Saxon one that I said is land ownership, where you can till your land and plant your maize and put your house. You have the Wardei and the Orma communities that are pastoralists. And for them, they have access to land. When they need the land for their camels or their cattle, they use it. When they don't need it, they move on. Then you have, interestingly, the Waata community, who are hunter-gatherers. And for them, the most important aspect of property is forests. So where there's a forest, that is home. So the moment you start tearing down forests, you are disinheriting them. The moment Kenya Forest Service comes and says, we are gazetting these forests as a national forest, it's a problem. So we are trying to manage all that. So I was just giving an example of that. So then, as you listen, you get all these different ways of how people access property, appreciate property, own property. And within the context now of historical land injustice, you determine how do we ensure each of these communities then is helped along in living in a manner consistent with their culture, at the same time ensuring they have a right to property. So I hope that partly answers your question.
I just need one, and I would ask the audience to help me take that one. Which one will you take? Yes, please, the gentleman in the cap. I'll take the two. I'll take one and two. Very fast.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Ezekiel Rema from Nairobi, representing Muungano wa Vijiji. This is a social movement, and our work has been resisting eviction in our areas. Mr. Chairman, if you go to Ndogo report, you would find that there are so many lands within Nairobi and other urban areas which were irregularly allocated to private, which were public lands. And the National Land Policy had given you the mandate to revoke those titles and maybe do what we call the allocation to the informal settlements, or do the mediation between the private and the informal settler to have their homes. We have seen a lot of evictions. Yeah, my question is, what are you doing to make sure that those informal settlements which occupy public land are regularized, and so that they can do slum upgrading?
I know everybody is tired. We only have one more other remark before we break. Sorry, I asked that idea.
Thank you very much. I'm Alfonso Tiato from Busia County. Mr. Chairman, was this allowance of the Land Control Board withdrawn, or what is not happening? Because now they are forced to come up, devise a method where we have to pay them something for their transport and water.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. The first, To the first question, I think there are various components to it. There's the one about public land that has been grabbed, and there's aspect now of settlement and evictions. Let me still deal with the first one. The Section 14 of the National Land Commission Act gave powers to the Commission to conduct what is termed review of grants and dispositions. Now that is a mouthful, technical, legal way of simply saying recover grabbed land. So that mandate was exercised by the Commission, and lots of property across the country were recovered. Land irregularly, public land irregularly allocated to individuals was recovered. However, unfortunately, Parliament in its wisdom, and I'll keep on pointing to Honorable Peter Kaluma, Parliament in its wisdom placed a time limit to that mandate of 5 years. Those 5 years expired. So when the Commission tried to continue doing it, the court said, no, your time has expired. Now, as we speak, so partially to answer the question, yes, we exercise that power. We actually recovered a lot of land. But there's a lot more to be recovered. There's a lot more public land in private hands. But because the time ran out, each time we try to do anything, the court said, no, your time ran out. As we speak, and it's good to ask that question, as we speak, there is a bill in Parliament seeking to extend the time to actually remove that cap of 5 years. There was also a sort of cap for historical land just as well. So there is a bill in Parliament seeking to remove that cap so that we continue with that exercise of that mandate. And the bill is still being debated. I think there were contributions being made up to last Friday. Maybe you can follow that up and see if it's possible to contribute to it. But once we have that mandate, then we continue recovering the land. That is one. Now, on the issue then of land control, the other aspect of squatting, of squatters, the law initially, in 2012, granted powers to the Commission to be the one involved in settlement of squatters. That was subsequently amended, and now we have the land settlement fund, which is more national government based, that deals with the settlement of squatters. So we have a contribution to it, but we are not the primary players in settlement of squatters. And in the review of the policies and the laws, we may want to see whether it's working effectively or not. Now, on the Land Control Board, what I know also is that there's currently a bill. There's a bill in Parliament on that. And maybe you need to look at it and see, I don't know about the timelines for contribution to that. I know some professional associations like ISK and others are opposed to some clauses they consider retrogressive. In fact, there are questions as to whether we should actually have the land control boards or not, whether they bring an extra layer of bureaucracy to certain processes. So that's a discussion I think that needs to be had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I hope I'm forgiven for that protocol breach. In between, I thought the clarity was necessary. Break time in Karibu. But before that, we've had in the audience Honorable Peter Kaluma, who this morning will wear the cap of the Speaker of the House. And he comes here to the podium to give the representation that I'm sure we dearly wait for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Otieno Lok. The representatives of various organizations, both state and non-governmental, are present. High commissioners, ambassadors, members of the civil society, defenders and protectors of universal human rights. I received greetings from the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. The Speaker had decided to be with you for this dialogue, but the exigencies of the work of the office more so today considering that it is a sitting day for Parliament and other state duties has made it impossible for him to come. So he has nominated me to appear before you to, number one, pass his greetings, and number two, talk with you, because you are part of my wider family, the family of universal human rights. When I was nominated to come by the Speaker, he assured me that the spaces here are very safe, very safe. It's a place for the free exercise of all universal human rights, including freedom for each and everyone who has to have their own opinion and the right to express them. Yeah, but I was assured I would be meeting Irungu Hilton. And because of that, in as much as it was safe for me to come alone, I came accompanied by my colleague, Madam Penina Samba, with whom I've worked for over 10 years. I currently work with her in Parliament, a very strong defender of human rights, and not particularly to protect me from Irungu Hilton, for the reasons that you know. The Constitution of Kenya has been hailed as the best document, more so in terms of its provisions in the Bill of Rights. It's very rich. I've read it as a person with a background in constitutional and human rights law, particularly the Bill of Rights. And I confirm to you, on behalf of the Speaker, that very few constitutional instruments across the world are like it. That constitution was promulgated in 2010. I was lucky to join the National Assembly in the 11th Parliament. It is the Parliament which we began implementing the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights. And you remember in that Constitution, at some schedule by there are a number of laws which Parliament was required to enact to make all those human rights within the Bill of Rights realizable. I was serving then in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly, and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights officials and the human rights defenders here, including Irungu, will confirm to you that I played my role in terms of ensuring that we did not just keep to the timelines for Parliament to enact those laws which are needed to effect rights, but also in securing that the content of those provisions were not just in accord with the Constitution, but helped a better realization and a greater understanding of those rights. You would remember that it is in those the 11th and 12th Parliament when we came up with the Matrimonial Properties Act. Up to the time we were coming up with the Matrimonial Properties Act, particularly to anchor the rights of women to property in the setup of matrimony, we were relying on an 1882 English matrimonial properties law. And it was not as effective to deal with the matters of protection of everybody in the context of matrimony as it would. In the last Parliament, I was very famous for bringing up an amendment to the law of succession. And you remember we were talking some things I will not repeat here. But the end of it is that we secured the rights of widows to property, widows who are being disinherited. I know it may not be adequate, but it was a progress which we can continue to build on. It is in those terms of Parliament, the 11th and 12th, when we came up with the Marriage Act, and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights here present will remember that I was in charge of the committee when we transacted these bills. And so we recognized all forms of marriages, including polygamy. And the Attorney General can now issue them with certificates. And when I say polygamy, I see people laugh, but there is a context to polygamy. There is a time when our men, particularly young and strong, were all taken to slavery. And we had only few men to sustain our society. And so polygamy came in as a necessity. It is still widely practiced. We acknowledged it there. Irungu has spoken to the refugees law And I hope the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees Office is represented in this meeting. And I can tell you, if we did not put our feet down, particularly myself, they'll confirm to you, it will not be the best refugees law we have across the world today. And I challenge anybody who has read the other texts across the world to compare them to ours and tell me where any other could be better. And so our footprints have been very huge. We've done all that we could do as Parliament. What we want to assure you as you engage in this important dialogue, as you march towards the 75th celebration of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is that any resolutions that you will come by on matters of human rights, not only those ones which are universally agreed upon, but those ones also that you will persuade one another and agree to, that you will present to Parliament in terms of improvement to our legislations, will be acted upon. And I'm not restricted to legislation, but the Speaker in this context includes even the Constitution. If you note challenges to the full realization of the human rights in our Bill of Rights, which require parliamentary intervention in terms of constitutional amendment where it is allowed, also let us have it, and we will take it up. If you note matters in policy, because that is a House of Representatives, also note it and pass that resolution to the Speaker at the end of the meeting, because I may be leaving you after this short while. I may leave Madam Penina Samba to continue with you as we go ahead. So the depth and breadth of human rights in Kenya is known, and our human rights culture continues to grow. In those two parliaments I sat in, that was also the time we were establishing the various commissions and structures established by the Constitution to defend and protect human rights, including the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. You may not know it, but as a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, most of those commissions, serving commissions like National Land Commission, fell under us. But even for National Land Commission and those other commissions, I had the privilege of serving also in the Committee on Appointments. And so I joined Parliament, particularly the National Assembly, in overseeing the establishment of most of these critical commissions, independent offices, and bodies which are helping to undergird our human rights. You may be forgetting, but in that period I also participated in vetting virtually everybody who is a human rights defender, more so the commissioners serving at our Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And I will not forget to say that Irungu was not there, but if it were not for my intervention, possibly Dennis Nyongesa, the commissioner in charge of Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, who is an intersex person, would not be commissioner if it were not my intervention. Speak to him, he will tell you. And so I want to say that the beauty of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is that it speaks to matters all humanity sat and agreed upon. And Kenya, more so the National Assembly, where the Speaker I represent sits, will always continue not only to celebrate, but also to protect and defend the rights of the, underscored in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let me, however, indicate that this field of human rights is not without challenges. And for this, I want to thank the civil society. When a person disappears or is killed extrajudicially, and you cannot speak to it and you see Irungu and his team, it usually benefits and makes so many of us very happy. I remember Irungu the day Boniface Mwangi came to Parliament with pigs, and all MPs were looking at a tunnel to go to Parliament from underground. You've not appreciated me, but I'm the only MP who say I will pass through them and I will encourage them to speak, because they are speaking to their representatives, the people they elected, so that they can go and implement them. And so let me salute the civil society for the hard work you are doing. I will only mention one area. I want to request you to discuss in this dialogue, whether I'll be present or gone. Parliament currently is concerned that whilst the human rights are universally agreed upon, there is an attempt by sections of the society, the world society, not Kenyan society, to define by themselves human rights, come to their own standing of human rights, and seek to impose it on others without giving those others the opportunity also to give their thinking about it. And it is in this context where, as to why you see me mentioning Irungu a lot. I had in his keynote address, Irungu say the promoter of family protection bill, which is purveying hate, is also present here. I'm the promoter. And I'm happy because you are expressing your opinion. But why don't you give me the chance also to express my opinion? Where did all humanity sit and agree that LGBTQ aspects are human rights? That's what we're talking about. There are people who could have agreed, but why don't they sit with us and persuade us, make us understand why LGBTQ aspects are rights? That is what we are requesting for. I want to tell you, as I end, that I'm concerned at the constant erosion of the rights we have fought for the woman for decades, particularly in Africa and in this country, under the context of this LGBTQ thing. The women's rights, the rights of women we've been fighting for decades are going. And I want to alert you to it and request you to rearm so that you fight it. The first woman black Supreme Court judge in the United States was just nominated and appointed the other day. During her vetting at the Senate, Ketanji Brown, on being asked what is a woman, despite that she is a woman, could not define what a woman is. You may think otherwise, but because we have the right to expression, it is shameful that a woman cannot define what a woman is. The first woman Prime Minister of Australia, just the other day, was being interviewed on what a woman is. And for a whole hour, she could not define what a woman is. And she is the first Prime Minister of Australia. I consider it shameful. But I don't consider it so. I think we are robbing womanhood from women as we defend the rights. And that is the context in which I'm confirming to you that until LGBTQ rights are agreed to by the United Nations General Assembly, we will not, so long as we sit in that parliament, accept them as human rights in Kenya. And I want to thank Africans, and particularly states of the Islam, for standing firm that they will not, attend to it. I'm encouraged by developments in the West. And let me mention this as we end. In the United States of America, this year alone, you can go to Google. Over 700 bills have been originated by states, the House of Congress and the Senate, taking back various aspects of this LGBTQ. I want to praise them and thank them for that development. My concern is, why are we being stopped from having those very provisions? And they are doing very well. In Canada, in Australia, in Europe, sex change for children has been banned. And they are taking the age of maturity to 26. What is the problem when in Kenya we say we want also to make provisions prohibiting sex change? There should be no problem. Remember, these things are tied to spaces and opportunities we've established for women across times. When an athlete like Leah Thomas goes and competes with ladies and wins, he is taking scholarship reserved for women and ladies, and yet he's a man. And these are the things we are saying we must secure. So that I'm saying we will continue to push for the family protection bill. It has been delayed in Parliament. If you have views against some provisions of it, let us engage, there will be public participation. But we have no room for wholesome condemnation when we believe what we are doing is good for the country. We want spaces and opportunities we've created for girls and women to remain theirs. And to that extent, I want to alert you that possibly Parliament will be considering constitutional amendment to define sex, so that we can overturn that determination by the Supreme Court that sex includes sexual orientation. And I can tell you I'm encouraged when I hear the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the current Prime Minister, say a woman is a woman and a man is a man. I'm waiting for the US and other Western countries to sanction him. I've not seen. But when we push family protection bill and Africa pushes laws against these things, there is a problem. We get encouraged. And we want more boldness from leaders across not just Africa, but across the world, like the Prime Minister of UK, like those various leadership in the United States, so that we can have laws. In this sense, I'm ending by saying, until we agree on an aspect of a society as human rights, it will not be treated as universal. We are in a situation where we are being required to even define all when we say human rights for all at all times. You know, today when they tell you the rights of all women, do you know what that means? It is men like Kaluma claiming to be women being included. Otherwise it would end at the right of women. Because you made it difficult to define who a woman is. So let me end by saying that we alert in this discussion to the matters which will claw back on the rights and spaces we created for those vulnerable groups. And if you can identify them, let us have them at the end of these discussions and deal with them. Let me also encourage the world community, if you communicate it in your resolutions, that we want United Nations bodies like the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to be funded wholly by the United Nations. Because I will not say it here, now that I'm representing the Speaker, but we've allowed people purveying their sectoral rights to fund some of these institutions, to capture them, to purvey those rights without the consent of the body of humanity under the United Nations General Assembly. So Kenya, through Parliament, and we are lucky, even if anything were to be ratified, it will require ratification by Parliament, particularly the National Assembly. I can tell you, anything that is not universally agreed upon, even if you signed conventions outside there, they will not find their space into our body of laws. I welcome you to this dialogue, and I will be leaving immediately. If you need me at some point in time, I would be very happy to meet you those other times. Thank you very much, protectors and defenders of human rights.
Thank you very much. Don't let him leave. Yeah? I think with those submissions, it is time to brood. It is time to really think about our next session. Time for break is now. This has been Honorable Kaluma representing the Speaker. I ask all of us to engage him also on those opinions. The dialogue is on. Thank you very much. I think I welcome you for the tea break. And I pray most of you are here for the next session, because it is getting more exciting. The fireworks will also be on. Thanks. Don't let him go.
Yes. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Koparo kama kukutalawa. Imenyongwa. 1 2 1 2. One, two. Koth chopo jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Koth chopo jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Koth ochopo jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi. Jamriambo, koth biro goyi.
all come back, please. Let's all come back. Let's all come back. Let's all come back. Let's come back for the next session.
Familia za victims zilipe bullets zipate pay rise, ama mpate gavana na mwanachama apate clients. Wewe na wewe si enforcer, wewe ni killer bro. Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Kothochobo, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Kothochobo, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi. Citizens na law no love, Land Cruisers zimegeuka hustle ferry body bags, forest grounds zimejaa body parts, si watu ni animals for killers for pupu, kushoot na kutoa bullets kwa throat, alafu wa media wanakuwa applauded. Hakuna light kwa India tunnel liko closed, hakuna justice kwa India za case ziko post. Not with guns but with our voices tutachallenge your might juu. Wewe na wewe na wewe si enforcer, wewe ni killer breed. Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi. Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi, Kothochobo, Jamriamo Kothbirogoi. biro goi koth ochopo, jamriambo koth biro goi. Jamriambo koth biro goi koth ochopo, jamriambo koth biro goi. Tuna hustle kwa songo wakati kupata job na cash imekuwa so slow. Kama movement ya konokono, mikono zangu hazifiti in my pocket, juu zao ziko in kama charger na socket. Wanabonga mob kama product ya safu, ongea taarifu, nataka change safu, utapata kura tulio arifu. One nation tumelan one lesson, kupata change mimi na wewe ndio one lesson. Wazee walisema penye nia pana njia, niko stage hata sijapata njia na itishomia. Weird. Hatuwahi siku hizi, mountains zimekaa home na prices za goods. Hatuna kura zile tunazo tunauza, are we fools? Who's smart now nikiwa njaa wanakula kwao. Life's good for them, wanatumia words kama wao. Tap zikiflow na maji badala ya hewa. Nikishikwa nyuma after election badala ya hema, nitajua kuna change. Juu sijui difference ya thao na soko kwa duka hakuna change. Paper bag hata zina weight. Nyumbani hatuna kazi ya plates down kesho, I guess. Jamriambo koth biro goi koth ochopo, jamriambo koth biro goi. Jamriambo koth biro goi koth ochopo, jamriambo koth biro goi. Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! Mko sawa sasa? Chai imewaamsha kidogo eh? Viva comrades, viva! Very good. Hatufai kufuata mheshimiwa nunue lunch au watoe mpango. 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 Sita stop, sita pause, sita close my eyes. Nilaiza zijaziwai mwaga mwananchi. Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana. Sita stop, sita pause, sita close my eyes. Nilaiza zijaziwai za mwananchi. Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry. Bills hazipay, deals zinapay, bills za MPs, senators, governors, wana voters attack, ata-attack, sema kweli, Eli Anone, ukiongezwa maji Kenyatta, BBI, BBY, unakosa na daily na hazi hatom. Stop tulimari again, sawa wezi hawa wauaji, hawa walanguzi, hawa waporaji, hama tuzae watoi tupunguze deni, nchina mfuko yangu halichinja, hela sina, mali sina, lakini nitaspit na vina. Hatufai kufuata mheshimiwa nunue lunch au watoe mpango. Hatufai kufuata mheshimiwa mheshimiwa, nunue lunch, hawatoe mpango. Hatufai kufuata mheshimiwa, nunue lunch, hawatoe mpango. Sita stop, sita pause, sita close my eyes. Ni lies hazijaziwai za mwananchi. Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry. Usistop, usipause, usiclose your eyes. Ni lies hazijaziwai za mwananchi. Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry, Mkenya ana cry. Thank you very much, Javan the poet.
Thank you very much, Javan the poet. Please, another round of applause for the people's poets. So once again, my name is Irunga Hout, and I have the pleasure of moderating the next panel, which will take place over the next 40 minutes. Let me invite Alphonse from Busia, George from Western, Zedekiah from the coast, Irene from Taita Taveta, and also Mukhtar Dahir from Garissa to please come to the front. And lastly, but definitely not least, Kimutai Kirui from Wasingisha, I believe. Please feel free to sit. Just leave one space here for the sister, because it is upon her that we will not be arrested for failing to meet gender 2/3. Let me just check. Irene, are you somewhere close? Okay, we have formed a manual, which will not be possible for me to continue. So a couple of years ago, I caused a bit of a consternation by walking out of a live television studio because unfortunately there were no women present, and it caused a bit of a dynamic. Then 6 months later, we had another panel. The Director of Public Prosecutions was also on the panel, and we conspired and we also demantled. That is the term that you use when you break up a panel. Let me just check whether Irene Wakesho, on behalf of Beatrice Mujomba, is here. If not, let me see if there's anybody else who's come from Taita Taveta. She's around. Okay. Let me request colleagues from Kenya National to just secure her presence and escort her to the front. As soon as she's here, we will start. For the rest of us, just to frame the conversation, we have heard that the sessional paper, the origins of the sessional paper go back as far as 2004. The sessional paper itself is sessional paper of 2014. We are almost a decade since that policy and action plan was developed. So it is time to revise it, to frame it, and to give the clarity to both the government of Kenya, independent offices, constitutional commissions, human rights defenders, and human rights organizations, to give us the clarity of what the priorities will be going forward. So this is a very important conversation. For those of you who are on ChatGPT or some other new social media, or perhaps TikTok, my request is that you focus in here. And if you're on your phones, it is purely to generate clarity to bring back into this room. So anybody who's on their phone, I expect to see your hands when we open up after the panel. The 6 speakers that we have here will address just 2 issues. And we will do this not as a presentation, not as a set of speeches, but I will ask them to identify 1 or 2 pressing issues, not even 3. If they move to 3, I'll stop them. 1 or 2 pressing issues that they think should be included in the next sessional paper, in the Human Rights Policy and Action Plan. And secondly, and they'll have a chance to do both in the same intervention, 1 or 2 strategies or policies that they would like to see included in the new strategic plan. Yeah? The time that you have allocated is sufficient only to make the points. There are 2 Kenyan tabias that we will not allow, perhaps, in the next few hours. One is to speak, repeat, and re-emphasize. Consider that all of us here can hear. I'm assuming that is the case, as we don't have sign language interpretation. And we do not need repetition. The second one is this. is the point itself will land. You do not need to re-emphasize. Okay. Is that okay? Can I have agreement from my panel? Okay. Those of you who are aspiring politicians in the next election, the campaign season has not started, so you have time still. Okay. Excellent. Irene. Okay. So thank you very much, Irene, who's now joined us, and we are no longer a manual. We are kind of close to a manual, but we are not a manual, so we can proceed. So once again, let me just invite the panelists just to introduce their name and the institution or the region that they are coming from. Do we have more than one microphone? Kenya National Commission and Movenpick are very rich institutions. They can afford at least one more microphone. We can just pull that one. Okay. Maybe we can start here. Your name and which part of the country you are coming from.
Good afternoon. My name is George Alambo. George Alambo is the chair of Western Kenya Human Rights and CSOs Network.
Good afternoon. I'm Kiptali Kirui from Central Structure based in Eldoret.
Good afternoon. I'm Alphonse Otiato, Human Rights Defender, Busia County.
God is good, and all the time. Irene Martha Wakesho, from Taita Taveta County, Human Rights Defender.
Good afternoon. My name is Adeke Adika. I chair the Coast Civil Society Network for Human Rights, and I work for Kituo as an advocate. My colleague Grace Olo also joins us, me and Irene from the coast.
And good afternoon, members. Assalamu alaikum. And my name is Amtar Osman. I'm the chair, Garissa Human Rights Defenders Network, representing in this forum the northern region counties. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So maybe we keep the microphone. Let's start with the north. Often it's said historically the north has been discriminated. So in very quick, less a minute or two, one or two pressing human rights issues in Garissa and of course the northern counties, and one or two strategies and policies that you think should be included.
And
I'm asking you to prioritize.
And thank you, Ilungu. And I thought maybe I will give a lot of maybe findings and reports on our regional dialogue, but I was told to specifically just say two. But the most pressing issues which was coming out in our region is the issue of extrajudicial killings, which is rampant in the both three counties, Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera. It even happened recently, and families who are missing their loved ones, young boys, women, and men, who up to now we don't know where they are, and families are crying, and every day, every night, because their loved ones are missing in the name of issue of security. Because as you know, we are bordering Somalia, and our government have been taking the issue of security in, killing and disappearing the people. The other issue, most pressing, issue of land. The issue of land. Issue of land also is a main issue in our region. And because, as we know that our land is communal land, but and community, the most conflict in our region is issue of land. I think those are the most pressing two issues in our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. And just to say that the documentation for the dialogues can also be submitted to the Kenya National Commission in more detail and to the State Law Office, so that as they're doing the work, they don't just pick on two issues that you're sharing today, they pick on more. So
yes, thank you, because we have more issues which are raised at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that okay?
At the coast, the question of human rights and security of persons is still a huge problem. The question of land is an underlying matter. And if you allowed me, I would have wanted that the commission, the National Land Commission, when they said they received historical land injustices questions, and they are suffering from resource scarcity, I think the priority needs to be given to areas that are actively in conflict and the underlying issue is land. Finally, the question of the rights on ECOSOC, and especially with regards to natural resources. And in Kilifi you have salt belt, produces billions of shillings. Mombasa you have KPA. Kwale you have titanium and other natural resources. Taveta you have 60% of the land. All the resources that come from all that property comes to national government and in the pockets of private individuals. What it leaves there is poverty.
Thanks, Adika. Irene?
Okay, from Taita Taveta, the most critical issue is human-wildlife conflict, and this has brought low economy in the county. Security also, because there is no fencing and boundaries. There is conflict between community and the conservancies also. Also compensation. We've been raising the time frame to be not more than 3 months, but now it is taking over years. Even some people have died before they are compensated. And also about the use of land and release of land. It should be back to the community, so that community should say what they want, if it's renewing or whatever the case. Another thing is also about mining laws. They are not favoring the community, yet they are spreading the land and also air pollution. So what we want from mining, the laws should favor the community. And also ranches now have changed to be conservers, and also they are not favoring the community, but only few. Can I add another one?
So we'll give you an opportunity, the panel, just to do closing remarks. So you can focus. We're going to open up for questions, and then we'll have another round just to do 1 minute closing remark.
I'm Alfonso Tiato from Busia Western Region, and there were many issues, but the two key I'll elaborate is participation, public participation, and empowerment, involving communities in decision making. So it's not there. And another one is access to justice, especially on land issues, the court delays, the legal fees, the disappearance of files. So it's making people in the area not to be happy, especially the widows. And then what strategy I would say is we need to do more of community awareness creation in the local areas, so that we have also dialogues in the families and in the communities and special groups, so that people can be aware of the human rights. And also, let's have abridged versions of the acts and laws, so that people can read. You know, people don't read elaborate things. We need simplified and very catchy information that can be passed to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I said, I'm Kiptai Kiwi, I'm from Wasikishu. One of the most pressing issues that we have in Wasikishu area of North Rift is access to justice. It's still a big, huge problem when it comes to inheritance, land, property rights, or whatever. There's still a problem there. Second aspect is of the rule of law, issues of constitution, and this one run around the county government, whereby the county government is becoming another animal in the room. You find the county government coming and sweeping the entire directors, the entire sub-county administrators, without, these are substantive office bearers, without consultation with the Public Service Board. And what we've tried, or the best way we've used to address these issues, is having petitions either in the county assembly, Senate, and the courts. Yesterday you saw how Nandi, 8 seats from Nandi were, the governor was told to re-advertise. Last week, part one, we stopped the entire county. We were the first county to hold proceedings, the entire proceedings of the county assembly. I'm the petitioner. We also use picketing. For the first time, we were told you can never picket in the backyard of the president. But we managed in the Finland first choice issues to a point whereby Mr. Managa was arrested. And hopefully, Governor B should be arrested also over the Finland-Canada money scandal, which saw over 1.1 billion meant for youth to study or students to study in Finland and Canada were embezzled. So I think those are the major areas, and I think what we're also trying to, the major intervention that we are telling our people is how to use relevant authorities, institutions. You know, we have a culture whereby we use politicians instead of going to the police, instead of going to the county assembly, senate, or courts. Politicians just make noise out of these things, so the whole thing loses meaning. So we are really telling people to follow the right procedure as in the law.
Thank you.
Thank you. In our Western Kenya area, especially Kisumu, there's a biggest issue that we currently have, that is widows, women, and land. That is a serious issue, and most of these women currently are being turned into witches, which I don't know where that one has come from, and leading to killings. Two, apart from the extrajudicial killings, we're very much concerned. We have in United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, Article 20, freedom of expression, and our Article 37. That one, whenever it's exercised in Kisumu, we lose lives, which forces us to begin struggling on how are they getting treatment. But the other question is, will they ever be compensated? That is a big issue, and justice to perpetrators. What happens? That is a war we have down there.
Thank you very much. We have gone through 6 parts of the country. Only Nairobi and Central, I think, is missing. Maybe Ukambani Eastern, maybe a little bit. But you have done very well within 15 minutes, and maybe we can just nominate you to become the next electoral commissioners, because they have to do the boundary delineation soon. You have done your work very effectively. Of course, there is a lot more that you have not said. So we're going to open up now to just take comments and questions. My request is, first of all, can we have somebody to run the mic? This is the point at which I make a joke about Kenyan runners, that we are known for running. Therefore, non-Kenyans need not apply for this position, unless they're Ethiopian or Jamaican. Okay, great. Your identity? National identity?
My name is Amos Odhiambo.
Thank you, Amos.
I am a service provider.
And you are Kenyan. Good. It will go fast. So by show of hands, so we might need another microphone as well, just to speed it up. We've got one at the back there. Amos, actually, just grab this mic. Do we have another mic? No, 2. So we'll take a round of 4 comments, and then another round of 4 comments. Let me just see the 4 hands. One at the back there. There, in red. One in black there, and then this gentleman here in blue. And then we'll take another round.
Yes, I think election is also just part of our life. And I hope Honorable Kaluma is still around. Oh, he left. Oh, that's unfortunate. Thank you for this. I'm Caleb Wanga. I come from Salama Reforms Forum, part of the police reforms working within this country. And thank the Commission for organizing this kind of an engagement. Number one, we live in a country where title deeds are more sacrosanct, if I can use the word, than a religious document like a Bible or a Quran. If you find a Bible and a title deed, you quickly pick the title deed. And the chairman of the commission, the National Land Commission, talked about the Anglo-Saxon concept of land ownership, We are in a country where the number of landless is growing. It means a lot of people are subjected to permanent or lifelong poverty because they cannot produce food of their own. They have to rely on others, some of who have even acquired land in a procedural manner. So there are few with huge tracts of land and millions who do not have anything called land. And this is subjecting a lot of people to lifelong suffering. What do we do? I know the issues of land policy is being discussed, but what do we do to solve this problem? Otherwise, it will get to a tipping point where we will not have a country. We have millions of people living in Nairobi in informal settlements. They don't have anywhere else to go because they don't have capital to access land, and that is a critical thing for life support. So thank you so much. I wish the Commissioner or Honorable was there, but probably you will also help me to understand more about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Editor Ochen from Kibra. Mine is just a quick reminder, like when we're hosting such kind of panel, kindly also let us engage young people and young women for such discussion, because matters of human rights, right now my brain was shutting, it is not only for older men, it is also for everyone, children, young people, and even adults. I was almost bringing my chair, but land rights is not my issue. But again, I want to acknowledge the work that everyone is doing, because we need to push for human rights. We need to stand up for human rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Asua. On the question of land and human and wildlife conflict in quotes, I would just urge that as we approach, we be in conversation with UNEP, UNFCCC and other UN bodies to approach these issues from an ecosystem point of view and from a human rights-based point of view, so that we don't have interventions like what has been suggested, fencing, which will fuel the crisis more, because then we will start alienating humans and other parts of nature from life support ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cornelius Sangura from Refugee Affairs, Kenya. One point I wanted to get clarification from the representative from Northeastern is the issue of human trafficking. We are getting a lot of problems, particularly managing human trafficking. Those agents who traffic human beings from our neighboring countries, particularly Ethiopia to Kenya. And most of the agents that are doing this work comes from the community. What is the community doing to assist the government to eliminate such affairs? Two, you find that most conflicts that are in Northeastern are also caused by the members, particularly elected members from those communities. You will find an elected member of parliament using CDF money to support a community race against a particular community. An example is the dispute that has been going on among the Ajuran in Wajir North and the Kodiais Ibrahel in Wajir West. What is the community doing to assist the government to ensure that whereas the government spends a lot of money to quell such conflicts, it has remained persistent because the communities themselves are not willing to accept and coexist as a community. Thank you.
Morning to you. I'm from Mukuru Kwajenga, where my question is from sending it to the Attorney General's office. Sisi ndia ambayo tulipigwa
kama Al-Shabaab bila chochote kuonyeshana kwa ma-TV zenu Kenya na zikawa zimezimwa. Mimi nikiwa mzee namna hiyo, nimeshakuwa kwa serikali ya Kenyatta, ya Moi, ya Kibaki, ya Uhuru Kenyatta na hii ambayo iko sasa. Mimi nashindwa Kenya inarudi kwa wakoloni wa Afrika ama Kenya ni nchi gani? Ambapo hata mkiongelea juu ya mashamba hapa at land, mimi naona ni kitu mnaongelea kwa ile nchi ambao imeshanyakua uhuru. Nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kama nchi haijapata uhuru. Juu ukiangalia Mukuru kwa Jenga, huyo mtu mnaita Mukuru Jenga aliingia 1958 kwa ile shamba inaitwa Mukuru kwa Jenga. Na ni afadhali kama MP Karuma angekuwa hapa pia naye aweze kusikiza. Mimi nauliza swali kutoka kwa watu njenu. Ile mahali walikuja tulifahamiwa na GSU from the State House. Na yule mtu alikuwa anaongoza hiyo kikosi ni wale maofisa wa serikali. Ile shamba ilikuwa inauzwa na watu ya serikali. Mpaka saa hizi wamepewa madaraka kwa ofisi zingine kubwa. Instead Uhuru anakuja kutuambia sorry ati watu yake walihusika kubomoa ile kijiji, mpaka saa hizi hatujapata jawabu. Huyu president ako saa hizi huwa anaongelea akisema ako kwa Mukuru. Hakuna Mukuru hiyo Ruto ameshawaingia. So si tunajiuliza Mukuru kwa Jenga ni Al-Shabaab. Hiyo hata wakisema Buni Forest, are we in the Buni Forest? Kwa sababu sasa ukiangalia River ndio hiyo wamefahamia zile shamba. Nani aliuza hizo shamba? Mukuru kwa Jenga ilitoka wapi? Kwa nini kama ni land mnataka kujua mambo ya land? Sasa iko na miaka 70. Kwa hiyo Mukuru kwa Jenga nimesaidia watoto wangu wote pale. Nimeanzisha mashule pale inaitwa Jenga Primary. I'm the one who started that school. Embakasi Girls I started. Ofisi za serikali tumeanzisha. Yule Mwindi anaambiwa alinunua shamba 1986. Yeye alikuta watu kwa shamba. How comes Uhuru akakuja 2015 akatupromise title D? Instead of title D ni kuleta matinga na kupiga watu. Mwishowe ni kuomba pole. Anaomba pole za nini? Na washukuru International Amnesty wakati walisikia hii mambo imeendelea human rights wakakuja kutupea pole. So sisi tumeshakaa pale juu ya human rights. Tumekaa pale juu ya International Amnesty. Awadi wamefanya tuko kwa ile kijiji. Ningependa hii nyinyi yote mko kwa hii mkutano. Tusiwe watu ya kuongelea. Ni heri tukufe. Sababu mimi nilipigana wakati Kapara walikuwa wanaapishwa mara ya kwanza. Nikawekwa ndani nikisema haiwezekani pale parliament. So mimi ningewauliza, hii maandamano mnafanya hapa tukalie hizi viketi na nchi inabomoka. Mnataka tufanye nini? Wakati ya Obiata alianzisha hizi mambo, alianzisha juu ya kuona machungu yale Kenya inapitia. So sisi tuamke. Mimi ningewaomba tuamke kutoka Kisumu mpaka wapi? Tuweze kuamka sababu pale nimewachiwa viwete, niko na Otieno amekufa, amewacha watoto yake. Niko na mwingine jana nilienda kumtembelea, amepigwa juu ya maandamano hii ya juzi. Amepigwa hii mkono hawezi kufanyia kazi. So Kenya tuko wapi? Where are we in this country?
Kwa wale walikuja late, I said I'm Ezekiel Rema. We msana kwa informal settlement. I also come from Kibera. One of the issue I would like us to think is there is a word which is used in even this policy in asema marginalization. Now, and this word has been used mostly in Northeastern. These people are in Kenya. We say they are marginalized by who? By we Kenyans or by the government or by the British government that came to colonize us. So to me, I don't prefer that word to be used within Kenya by the government instead of that they recognize these people are marginalized. So I would propose that we remove that word for marginalization because it doesn't make sense, because already the Constitution says we are equal and we have all rights as Kenyans. Another issue is that the disappearance of people, of the youths from Northeastern, it is very clear that some of the community leaders are involved. And it is a very technical issue whereby our youths are being used by rich people to be killed kila wakati. The issue of land is a fundamental right to us. all Kenyans. But you will see what is happening in Athi River. The government has been there. People purchased the land. They have subdivided the land. Wanadivide mchana, sio usiku. Nyumba inajengwa for 10 years. Na watu wanaona, serikali inaona. Alafu 10 million ya mtu inaenda. And we are saying human rights. Sisi tumekubali, tumesign hiyo treaty kwamba tuta respect human rights. How do you respect human rights wakati una accept nyumba ya 15 million inapomolewa and you are saying you are building affordable houses? Affordable houses ya 3.5 million kwa informal settlements where we have people, they are just paying 500 shillings for a house in those areas we come from. And yet, people are not able to buy even food. And we are saying affordable houses. Is that a human right issue? Is it true that we can afford? Is it affordable? 3.5 to 1.5 million is the minimum. Can it be affordable? That's not a right. To me, what I would say is that we must be very realistic to what we are saying, because we are all of Kenyans.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Marion Njoroge. I represent Mount Kenya Defenders Justice Space, CBO working around Mount Kenya region. I want to be very brief about the human rights situation around Mount Kenya in the context of this forum. And I want to talk about land injustices and the human rights situation around there. For us, land is really, the prices are really escalating. Our older men and women have refused to sell land and disinherit or inherit the younger generation. There are a lot of human rights injustices with our old people there. If a plot is going for 50 by 100, maybe 50 by 100 goes for 40 million, maybe around Ruaka. If the older man there do not want to sell their land, there are a lot of issues are going around those older generation people that have refused to sell their land. Ila mzee anawekelewa rape, anakaa ndani. By the time he surrenders, I have several cases in regards to the same. By the time hadi ile time atasema yes, ndio hiyo charge itawithdrawiwa. For the women who have refused to sell their land or inherit their kids, I have a case of women being lynched and being profiled as practicing witchcraft. In Murang'a, our Mount Kenya Defenders group went to the rescue of a family where 2 women were lynched. Wakaitwa wachawi na wakachomwa. Reason behind, wamekataa kuuza mashamba. One of them was a widow and she didn't have children. So the only way to eliminate and inherit the land was kuwachoma. In Kirinyaga, another woman had refused to sell her land, had refused to. Yes, I just want to highlight about the human rights situation around Mount Kenya. If only we could get help. I understand the leadership in the Land Commission is here. If only we could strengthen the land policies, the succession policies around Mount Kenya region, the land injustices and the human rights situation will be okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Jane Beruas. I come from northern part of Kenya, where my elder brother is saying around issues on marginalization. I work with Samburu Women Trust, and when you ask a question about the human rights pressing issue in northern Kenya, of course around issues on women and young people, it's suppressed because when you talk about human rights, what is human right? Where we come from, putting food on the table, police brutality, conflicts is the order of the day. So when you talk about gender-based violence, it's put under the table, it's not a priority. So to me, when you talk about what is a priority, and you're given 2 minutes or 2 questions, of course, my brother put key issues, what we think they're priority. Police brutality and around issues on tenure right. But again, talking from a woman from a pastoralist community, patriarchy is the order of the day. In terms of decision making, it's a club of men. It is them who make decisions. Even in terms of elective posts, it is them who decide who is going to be who. The only seat that is guaranteed in pastoralist community is women rep, because they say, he or your mama, that is for women. The other one is them who decide. Then when you talk about human rights, what else do we discuss if we don't bring our issues on the table? The other one is around issues on gender-based violence. It is a day-to-day activity, but where do we report? Where you get 100 kilometers, you get a police station, 100 kilometers, you get JSU. How do you want me to report and then to access justice? They are the violators. How do I walk into the police station? So when you talk about human rights and you talk about marginalization, we will keep on singing. You've marginalized us as Kenyan, as government, which is brought by the colony. Unless all of us walk the talk, so that we talk as Kenyan. When you talk about constitution, it's very good, but is it practiced? It is not. Tony practice in town. But you go to northern Kenya, we are left with Al-Shabaab and any other weapon, where we are left by the government to kill ourselves and to protect ourselves with weapons like guns. So we are escorted by police in a land that's free like Kenya. So what do we call that? So these are the issues that we need to bring closely, and it's only need you and me to be very bold and raise this concern. And thank you, Edna, for raising the concern that we need young people, we need women to be in these spaces, because nobody is going to talk our issue if you're not there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give a minute each to the panelists here to reflect anything that they would like to. Of course, what we're doing is we're setting the agenda for the next sessional plan. So anything that has been said already, the team from the State Law Office and Kenya National Commission and others, also acknowledging the presence of RAS here, the Refugee Affairs and several other government offices, they are hearing and they're taking note. But let me just give an opportunity for the panel to just do a very short intervention of things that I think have not been said yet.
Okay, and thank you for the good questions, but I respond just to few which are touching on maybe what is important for us as a region or for us as a country, and also the issue raised by my brother concerning the Northern Region issue of human trafficking and the issue of members of parliament. And first, I think I want to respond to what my brother said. Yes, land is an issue in the country, all over the country, and I think even small issue in some regions. But I think this problem of land, I think the buck stops with the government. The government of Kenya must do something, because I believe we have policies, we have laws, we have the Land Act, even we have the Kenya Land and Commission. And I think now is right time they put up their sleeves and do the right thing for Kenyans. Because in some other areas, this issue of land is people are killing each other because of land. And we believe we're in a country governed by laws. And I think these laws must be applied to all, not selectively. Because we are seeing laws which are being applied selectively. There are people who are important than others. There are leaders who are grabbing lands of people. So I think now we must apply the law to all Kenyans equally, irrespective of the race, of the gender, on from which community you are coming from. Thank you. I think I believe that. But the issue of my brother of an issue of human trafficking in our region, yes, they are there. These people are people well known, working with government security agencies. One thing I want to tell you, the pastoral community are very good in giving out information. If they see something which is not good, they will tell the security agencies. But the security agencies are the ones who are sleeping on their jobs. They are ones who are taking bribes from these agents who are trafficking people. If you have met the issue of Ethiopians who are being trafficked, yes. Ethiopians, when are trafficked through Moyale, they pass Wajir, but they don't pass Garissa. But the ones from Somalia who pass through the refugee camps to Nairobi, we have over, and again, all over Kenya is not a region where they have everywhere roadblocks. We have 1,000 roadblocks from Garissa to Nairobi. And everywhere there's roadblocks. Where are these people passing? These people, the police, they are aware. So they are the ones who are taking bribes and allowing these people to pass. Even if I tell you, even we have recently, you know, and seen a police officer who is selling and drugs to youth in Garissa. A senior police officer who is a cartel among the people who are trafficking, you know, drugs in the region. So I think, my brother, these people, it is government is sleeping on the job, the security agency, they're sleeping on the job. They are more doing business than, you know, looking at the security of the community and the country. Even sometimes we wonder where these arms passing. So because of time, the issue of members of parliament, the community of Somalis are very good in, you know, giving information. But the problem is the leadership. We have few leaders who are cartels, you know, working for the interest, you know, putting and community in collusion so that they can benefit. And I think and it is there, yes, but the community, a very good community, willing to give information. But the problem is some few leadership. Thank you so much.
Mukta, thank you very much. I was going to, I didn't want to interrupt. Cornelius and Mukta, I think you have a lunch date together somewhere behind the tents to discuss how to deal with this issue of trafficking. Let's go to, I think it's George? No, Zedekiah.
Oh, thank you. And thank you all to all who have sat here all this long. If it were a dialogue, I would have expected the Member of Parliament not to lecture us and leave. He should have sat here to listen to our other side. Same to questions on the gentleman that came from the National Land Commission. We got to start to respecting each other. From these high officers, if we come to a dialogue, we need to speak to each other. They need to listen to us. We also listen to them. And which brings me to, we need to be a little bit selfish, especially us from the non-state actors. Why is government not implementing the PBO Act? And I don't want to belabor that point. It's something that we can put among those policies that we need to be put, to be prioritized. Why are we funding courts in billions and we are not funding institutions that can get us peace with ease and reduce conflicts that go to court? Why are we not funding Kenya National Commission on Human Rights? The question of Shakahola, that question, we may not know the truth on Shakahola because DCI is investigating itself. All those parliamentary commissions, they can't even agree which one needs to investigate Shakahola. Why is the commission that we put in the law not being given money to investigate that question? Why is National Land Commission, all the questions we spoke here, all the regions, they spoke about land. Why are we not addressing the land question once and for all so we reduce the cases that are in court? Why are we not talking before we make pronouncements on Haiti if we have considerations here in Kenya like the Lamu and the one in Kisumu-Kericho border?
Thank you.
Finally, the questions on taxation and high costs that goes with the taxation that we are undergoing. Why is somebody making decisions on the loans that we take and then they say, you know, we have to tax you so that we pay those loans? Never asked us. Why can't we talk as Kenyans so that we have our solutions? And all these human rights situations and these things I'm talking about are all echoes of rights. If we manage our money well, we will use that money well, we will buy people water, we will have housing. And that is the Kenya that we need to go to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear.
Okay, I'm answering concerning fencing. It was raised by one lady there behind about ecosystem. It came about the community is no longer benefiting from that ecosystem. And yet, there are some crops which can improve livelihoods. Even if there is drought, which is caused like by climate change, still we can get cassavas and other food crops. And also, because of fencing, we are losing a lot of people, and yet our population is too low, yet there is a law of 1 shilling, 1 person. So the community said that they should fence, so that their crops should be secured and go and get good crops and harvest to educate their children. Okay. Another thing, it's about boundaries of land like Mtitwandei and Taita Taveta. We all know, even the elders know the sites, know what they were doing some years before, but now because of politics, the other leader is in political wing and is using his powers, and ours is using laws. So we don't understand why this thing is, why don't the government settle that boundary issue, because it's bringing conflict even to human and human. Now there is human wildlife and human to human. Where are we leading to? And
let me just stop you there, because there's a looming disaster. Ile mbaya sana. Yes, sir. Let me invite Busia. I apologize.
Thank you very much. I would just summarize my points into two: the rule of law and participation and empowerment. All that we are saying, we have very good laws in Kenya, but the problem is implementation. Can we sit down and take stock? The independent commission plus CSOs, I don't know if it is possible for us also to take the duty bearers to international court, so that we are talking, we have laws, but they are not being implemented. We need to engage our people meaningfully and empower them. What my sister said there, it's only empowerment of the communities. Give them more knowledge, so that each and every person stands up. Thank you very much.
Very good. Kirui?
Thank you so much. I think on my part I have only 2 or 3 items. One, on the issue of land, is that we've given so much powers to the politicians, and any country that is led by politicians is doomed to fail. That's a given fact. So the only way to take this power is let the people own the processes. The people should own the processes. Number 2, on the same time, number 2 is scrutiny to the judiciary. The weakest link to access of justice is the judiciary. We must open up judiciary to scrutiny. And have enough resources. We will still talk on side shows with other people, stakeholders, because you find what is happening in the corridors of judiciary is really out of this world. If you may allow me, I'll just give an example why we are saying judiciary is the major cause of land injustices in this country. We had a case recently in Wasigishu, Eldoret, whereby a widow has a husband, he has 3 estates, he's a very rich man, and they wanted her evicted. The council went to the court, made an application, not on eviction, but to repair, to move items in and out of the house, fence, do renovation. And the sitting magistrate gave those orders. And that's how that lady was evicted. So, AG's office kindly, City Justice kindly, these are the things we should now try to open up the justice system, judiciary, to the outside world. If actually the magistrate or the judge is using facts, laws, and the evidence to make judgments, why do you fear to be discussed outside there? And it will never affect your judgment. So, not unless we open up judiciary to scrutiny, we will still be in this same mess. And that is something that we've begun in Eldoret. We are meeting the Chief Justice. We will also go to the office of the AG and other offices. Media must be in those offices 24/7.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is one which I also think on land we need to either work on or take home, as decompose it. We have a serious confusion at lands. We have the lands administration, having interacted with them, we have the physical planning, and we have the survey. When you're at the county level, you'll be told the survey either reports or do their things at national level, whereas the messes have been caused other county. So you're caught in between. Do you go to the lands administration where you find land registrar, whereas a surveyor is the one that did the work, did the paperwork, carved out that land. When you move to court, I'm sure you that that case will have to delay. Two, Adika also mentioned about dysfunctional institutions and respecting, choking our independent institutions, very key. Another take home here, the health resources and personnel. At times at the county, for those of us who come from Western Kenya and Kisumu and Bwana, you saw it. We were the emergency with the messes of Maandamano. You try all that you can, getting enough support, you can't reach it. So you don't know that to blame the county, nationals. There should be a policy. If it's a policy issue, then we need to interrogate what is there for us that we can push for us to get services. That was just Maandamano. How about an outbreak of a disease? Then we will see several casualties.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just thank the panel, not just for their interventions and provocations this afternoon, but also just they do so much with so little. They risk so much when the victories are so scarce. And every day I'm sure they wake up and ask the question, Nifanye nini? But they continue to act. Thank you very much. Let me release them and invite Emily Chair to come up and lead the next panel. I believe we're going to try and get another panel in before lunch break. So, thank you. Please clap for the panel. For those of you who are tweeting, posting, and doing those other things that the younger generation and the editor will tell you, that is where the power really lies. Please tweet. Do we have a hashtag for this meeting? Ah, good. Somebody's paying attention to the very expensive banner. #Human Rights Dialogues 2023. Please post liberally. Please ask permission for people if you are posting their faces. There's a nightclub in Kilimani that has been fined 1.6 million for taking people's photographs and posting. But I guess we are all comrades here. We hope. Please give a round of applause for Emily.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope it's already 12. I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, how are you doing? If you've had... Yes, as you have heard, my name is Emily Chua, Director of Legal Affairs at the Office of the AG and Department of Justice. I've also head the Human Rights Department. Now, I'm here today really to give you an outline of the National Policy and Action Plan on Human Rights, give you Yes, it seems that I've come in too soon. I was so eager, but there seemed to be another panel to come in.
Thank you very much, Emily. We are very sorry. I think we can just have you there. But we wanted to have a very brief presentation from the social justice centers, I think 5-10 minutes before Emily takes floor, so that we get some energy. So karibuni sana the group from the social justice centers, 5-10 minutes. Pole sana, Emily. So you can either sit there or here, whichever you are comfortable. Thank you.
Kenya has promoted constitution in so many ways. Kenya Constitution of 2010 enshrines various fundamental rights and freedom, including equality, dignity, and right to life. Despite these considerable strides made to enhance human rights and the enforcement in Kenya, there remains rafts of enduring challenges. This includes 1. Instance of political violence. 2. Concerns surrounding freedom of speech. 3. Pervasive discrimination. And 4. Persistent gender-based violence.
Tutazoeana hivyo na wewe unasikia? Unanipatia stress kwa hii nyumba. Who are you? Wewe nani? Wewe unasikia nani?
jasho letu na haki ya jasho letu. Hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupetuliangushe haki na uhuru zichanue.
Nzuri sana, karibu.
Tuna request kama tunaweza ongea na Daktari Mambo.
Daktari Mambo has a patient, but mnaweza kiti tu hapa mngoje. Acha mngoje kiti.
To support. After all, amekuwa very supportive for the research.
Very true. Lakini pia umejua Daktari Mambo anashughulika kwa hospitali. Na maybe pia ameshikana kidogo. Tuko tuna hope maybe ataamua to join ama atakuwa help. Kwa sababu who knows what might.
Daktari Mambo.
Pendo. Habari yako?
Daktari.
How are you, Martin?
Niko salama.
Habari leo?
Niko salama.
Yes. Mimi pia niko salama. Naona mkikuja kunitembelea hivi I know there's something good. What is good?
Tunasema vitu ziko salama bila. Pia tunajaribu tu. So hope unakumbuka the last time tulikam hapa doing that research.
Oh yeah, the research you are talking about. The research about your center.
Yeah, exactly.
Iko tayari?
Actually we have the report.
Oh, good. This is happy.
Yeah,
tunaona that most of these diseases zinaletwa huku, hizi respiratory diseases zinakuwa caused na hii downside na hizi takataka zinatupwa kando ya barabara na kuchoma ovyo.
Very true, very true.
Actually, hii report inatupatia our next action. Enye tunaamua kufanya march. Tutakuwa na march around our community enye tuongelea mambo ya damu.
So you are preparing for a march?
Exactly, daktari.
Hiyo itakuwa mzuri sana. You know, hii itakuwa very important for our hospital here. Because you know the condition of our hospital. Most of the time the patients that we receive here, most of them portray the same symptom. Kwa hivyo inaonekana that the problem is one. Na lazima tutatue pamoja. Listen, sahi nashughulikia nini mama? Nini mtoto? Nini mtoto? Amefanya nini? Riziki. Riziki. Tuangalie mtoto daktari. Shida ni nini na mtoto? Shida ya mtoto ni nini? Hakuna mzuri daktari. Nini ilifanyika? No problem. Sawa mama, tulia tafadhali. Tutashughulikia mtoto. Sawa. Pendo tafadhali nisaidie nao. Let me just
Tulia. Kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Daktari mama atafanya vile vyote anaweza. And I assure you everything itakuwa sawa.
Hospitali. Hii downside inakosa a lot of problems kwa community.
Hii kesi ya ngapi swali? Hii ni kesi ya ngapi?
Daktari. Daktari mtoto wako aje? Tulia mzee. Mambo iko sawa. We tried our best. Lakini
sasa hii ni mambo gani?
Tafadhali tulia. Tafadhali keti. Anashughulikiwa tafadhali keti. Daktari anakuja sana mshughulikia.
Kitu itakuwa sawa.
I will need to go and get for us some medicine. Dawa za kutosha hapa. Enda kwa chemist, nenda tafuta medicine, alafu leta tuweza kusaidia bwana. Hali yake si nzuri sana. Tafadhali, if you do, the faster the better. Watanipea dawa. Enda ununue dawa ongea. Daktari. I can't bear the body something to put on the table for my kids. No. Sasa unaniambia nikanunue. Nitatoa wapi pesa? Tafadhali penda.
Daktari, wacha tutasaidia.
Tafadhali.
In heaven there is no beer, that is why I take it here. In heaven there is no beer. Oh, Mama Zeri, I am so hungry. Leta chakula hapa haraka haraka, acha kuniangalia hivyo. Ati? Who are you to question me? Wewe ni nani unaniuliza hizo maswali? Wewe ni nani unaniuliza hizo maswali?
Mimi ni mke wako and I have the right.
Kazi yako ni kukaa hapa kwa nyumba. Your work is to stay here. Unakaa kwa nyumba kama bulb, hakuna kitu unafanya. Uko na shida ya kifua. Unafaa ufanye kazi, unajibizana na mimi. Unajibizana na mimi wewe. Unajibizana na mimi. Wewe. Unaniambia nini? Wewe. Sasa nimesimamishwa kazi kwa sababu misaada haipatikani. Mimi tu ndio wenyewe wasimamishi. Mimi tu alafu vinangalika zinakuja kunisumbua hapa. Mtu hata afanye kazi. Hivi ni gani? Nitasaidiaje familia yangu sasa? Sitaki nisione mtu kwa hii nyumba akinisumbua. I am so stressed. Alafu wanatuhamisha huko.
Yes Pendo. Na nashukuru sana actually, umejua kama si wewe then sijui ningekuwa wapi sasa, but I really felt your solidarity comrade. Na najua kwa mapambano bado tuko pamoja.
Haina shida ndugu yangu. Niliwaambia we cannot give up right now. Na tuwezi achana sasa. Lazima tushikane ndio tuendeleze mapambano ama aje.
Very true. Ukijua mimi na wewe tuko pamoja kwa hii mapambano. Na tuko pamoja kila mahali. Najua tuko united na pamoja tutaimaji victories. So, umefika pia na maneno ya zile flyers. I managed to print out about 300 flyers. Tutakuwa na kweli. Okay, I think tunaweza manage na hizo then ngine tutatumia word of mouth. Sio iko sawa. So, okay. Nice. So basi tutafanya aje? Wewe ukienda kwanza kugawia huko chini kwa market, then Pendo I think utakuwa mzuri ukianzia huko chini ukianzia kwa cows, then mimi naanzia kwa residence. Hiyo itakuwa sawa?
Itakuwa sawa.
Iko sawa, ndio? Sawa, kwa sababu tutapatana basi baadaye. Organize.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Good morning to you too, sir.
Here are the documents about the lorries that are about to arrive, eh?
Yes, sir.
So everything is signed and kila kitu kimepangwa sawa sawa.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and in about an hour or two I will be receiving a visitor.
Okay,
Dr.
sir.
Mambo.
Oh, yes.
Hakikisha ameingia bila bugdha yoyote, sawa sawa?
Yes, sir.
Yes, bring me a drink tafadhali.
Immediately, sir.
Professor Ondiek mwenyewe. How are you, my friend? Habari yako? How are you? Long time bwana. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you, asante sana. Yes, I'm good. Sisi tuko sawa. Pale hospitalini pia tunang'ang'ana hapa na pale. But all in all we are good. I'm good. I am also happy to see you. No, I'm good. Niko sawa. I took something before coming. I'm okay. Yes, mambo salama. Only that nimekuja tuzungumze kitu kidogo hapa. Yes, you know very well that wewe ni rafiki yangu sana, and I couldn't let this pass without you knowing, Na
you see this report here. Yes, I got that report from one of my friends about tunafanya kazi nao pale katika kijiji, lakini that report contains so many information about the dump site and the effect that it has on people that live around it. Kwa hivyo mimi nimekuja ili tuweze kutafuta solution, kwa sababu we know very well kwamba wewe uko na lori ambazo zinaenda kumwaga takataka kule dump site. Na mimi kama mtu ambaye nafanya kazi pia around there, it is good that we talk about this, kwa sababu these are people's lives that we are talking about here.
Neema imenipatia barua, imenidhihirisha kufanya kazi. Mimi kazi yangu ni kutoa takataka kwa estate, kwa hospitali, kumwaga pale. Shida yangu kwa
hauna shida. Wewe kazi yako unafanya, sikatai. Lakini sasa hii kazi yako inakuja kudhuru maisha ya watu, which is not good. Listen.
Maisha yake anataka idhuru, ni yeye amechagua. If you have a problem with the takataka, hama pale karibu na takataka, enda uishi kwingine.
Lakini watu wao wataishi wapi? Wataenda kuishi wapi pengine? They've known that place as their home for over years. Wengine wamezaliwa pale pale. Where do you want them to go?
Wewe ulitia bidii, si nikakusaidia. Sasa wewe ni daktari hapo hospitali ya umma.
Sikatai. Mimi sikatai. And asante sana kwa hilo, ulinisaidia sana. Lakini if we talk about people's lives here, hatuwezi kuongelea people's lives as if you're talking about wanyama wengine msituni.
What is your occupation?
Well, I'm a doctor. Na kazi yangu ni kutibu. My job is simply to treat.
Utatibu nani? My friend, you need those people to get sick so that you can treat them. Bila kazi au hitaji mshahara.
Kwa hivyo wewe unaongelea watu kama na si watu tunaongelea hapa. Listen, Diek, you are my friend. And if mimi sikuharibu biashara, all I need is for you to just be responsible, my friend. Just be responsible. Those people have rights the same way you do. Si wewe unasema una hewa safi. Hao pia wako na haki ya kupata hewa safi ambayo uko nayo. No, sometimes it is created. Si kitu ambacho tunapigania kila saa. My friend, tafadhali mimi nakuambia kwamba hii report iko na so many information. Na mimi naona hapa bado pia kuna course of action ambayo sisi wenyewe tunaweza kupata solution out of it. Kwa sababu one thing you can do about your waste, you can try and manage your waste within here instead of transporting them to the dump site. Or if you have to, it is, but the way you are disposing your waste, that is where the problem is coming from. Because these are takataka zinatupwa anywhere and they are being burnt in public, just in open air, just like that. Sawa, my friend.
Yes. Tafadhali. Secretary na nani atakuonyesha? Yes.
Lakini Odiek, jua kitu moja. Nguvu iko na watu. The power belongs to the people. Sawa. Tutaonana, my friend. Nice seeing you, my friend.
Yes. See. Martin.
Yes. Nimeambiwa kwamba you have something you want to talk about.
Yeah. Tuko na kitu tunataka kuongelea.
Some issue wewe very much. Kitu kwanza that
sidhani kama hiyo ndio issue hapa kujua kama tuna gari ama tuna gari. Kile tunajaribu kusema ni gari zako zinaenda zikimwaga takataka kando ya barabara. Na hata tumepata zoa vijana wako sio wafiki na takataka kwa
Yes. Sini. Mambo yenyewe ndio tumbaka. Yes. Tayarisha vijana. Point 2 inaingia sasa hivi. Yes. Na nyinyi najua shida yenu ni gani? Mungu ana njaa. Na mkiwa na njaa, ukishiba utakuwa sawa. Basi kuja njaa, unajua njaa inataka chakula na motivation.
Sio ni kama tunapatana. Shida yetu si njaa. Because you are a man, and because you are a man, chukua bag. Hapo kuna kitu kidogo kunyamazisha. Naona ni kama tupatani. Hatujakuja hapa juu tunataka pesa yako. Tumekuja hapa kukuambiaje? Gari zako, lori zako zinaenda zikimwaga takataka kwa barabara na zinakuwa harmful kwa community yetu. Pesa. Hiyo pesa tutumie kwenda kutengeneza hizo magari. Okay. Tutabidi kufanya maandamano. Tutaandamana. Hata kama sio ni tukisaidiana na hata tutapatana. Sawa, ina shida. Pendo. Let's go.
From day to day we live, searching for identity, while the rich man says we are a menace to society. But they don't know what it's like, what it's really like, what it's really like to face real ghetto pain, to face real ghetto pressure, to face real ghetto pain, to face real ghetto pressure. On and on we go, only to try to uphold our brothers stand to crime, killing each other for a dime. While the oppressors say that turning to politics is the only way to face real ghetto pain, real ghetto pain, real ghetto pressure, real ghetto pain, real ghetto pressure.
What is right? For how long are we going to continue normalizing the gender-based violence? It's time we speak out and fight against it. So the question is, how well do we know our rights?
Yes. How well do we know our rights? For how long? For how long are we going to count deaths all because of public mismanagement of funds? It is time for action. So unapilaje sasa ni uwezo wako na kuongoza national anthem na tutende taifa. Alafu Ruai, Kariobangi, Moguru kwa jenga wanabomolewa. So kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive, hiyo ni ku exercise our minds. Dogs ni less, hospitals ni less, na zenye ziko hazina madawa. Doka na complain of protective gear, zinataka kichai ya 4M na last time, nurses wali strike, zilijana. So 21st century bado gava inatumia unga kupregnation kuvote. Mkulima wa kahawa anagoloza after sales, you have to a child. So nani haoni Kenya ta? Bado hakuna. So for how long are we going to normalize these injustices? It's time to take action.
Yes, it's time to take action.
All we want is to live dignified lives. All we want is free water and sanitation in our communities. All we want is to live like any other person. All we want is equity, dignity, and justice for all. It is time to take action.
Yes, it is time to take action. Social justice.
And we can now sit down. And yes, it is time to take action. And that action is going to be taken none other than by Emily Chwea, who will talk about the actions that are being taken by government in the promotion and protection of human rights. Madam Emily, karibu sana. Give me the podium, please.
Yes, that was a very insightful skit or play. I think it's good that it came just before my presentation because it really gives the picture, the actual picture of the ground, what Kenyans are going through. The issues of poverty, the issues of unemployment, police brutality, poor health care. These are issues that actually show us what the kind of work government has to do. Government policy makers, we have a lot of work ahead of us to try and address some of these issues. Now, I'd already introduced myself, so I'm not going to that, and I said I come from the Office of the AG in the Department of Justice. Now, just to give a background, the Office of the AG is responsible for reporting on how government has realized or respected, fulfilled, and protected human rights obligations that are found in various treaties, found in various human rights charters, and even the Constitution itself. Apart from that, the Office of the AG is also responsible for coming up with various human rights policies. Not all policies, because as you know, all ministries come up with human rights policy. The Ministry of Health will come up with a policy on health. The Ministry of Education with a policy on education. All this is a human rights policy. But the AG is also in charge of specific human rights policy. So far, we've done the public participation policy, we've done the legal aid policy, and most importantly of all, in 2014, Parliament ratified the session paper number 3 of 2014, National Policy and Action Plan on Human Rights, that we are going to discuss today. The policy really main objectives was to implement the Constitution and also to provide a framework to integrate human rights principles in all aspects of government development agenda. So, in the process of developing this policy was very, very participatory and very consultative, because we knew from the very beginning that it's the Kenyan people who will tell us what their human rights challenges are. We cannot sit in our offices in Nairobi and say, oh, the human rights problems of the people in Turkana is this and that. Is this and that. We cannot do that. We have to go down to the people. And you know, as you know, even the Constitution itself says you have to go down to the people and get to know what they are saying. So it was very participatory. We collaborated with the National Commission on Human Rights, and as the Secretary of Justice has said, we went all across the country. And through this process, we were able to collect priority action points, priority issues of the Kenyan people. There are very many, and if you look at the policy, you can see most of them. And so far, we have implemented a huge majority. I think let me say about 78% of the priority recommendations have been implemented. Of course, with regard to access to justice, that was one of the priority issues. We've already come up with the legal aid service. We have come up with a policy on alternative justice system. We have increased courts across the country, strengthened the judicial system. With regard to women's rights and equal treatment of women, we've come with a number of pieces of legislation, a number of policies, action plans also, to try and alleviate some of these issues. Matters of older persons was also in the policy, and we have come up with a lot of solutions to that. In terms of I think there were issues of education, healthcare. Government has moved quite a bit. But even later on, after 2 years ago, we felt that there's need to assess this policy. Look at it. Have we really implemented everything? And if we haven't, why haven't we? Yeah, because as long as we don't implement it, it means the Kenyan people are suffering. So we noticed there are certain aspects that have not been implemented. For example, in the issue of right to life, we had said that we will take steps to abolish the death penalty. But so far, if you look, we have not abolished it. Actually abolished it in our statute books. We have not done so. So that is really a concern. And there are a few others that we have not accomplished. So now we decided, let us review the policy, revise it, to bring it up to be in tandem with the rights of the Kenyan people, to speak to the Kenyan people. And as you know, there are new things that keep coming up. You can never say human rights and then stop. That, okay, we've provided health, we've provided education, that's very well. There are always things that come up. So we realized that in terms of going forward, in terms of what is happening right now, we also have a number of issues which we have identified. We are calling them priority action issues for the Kenyan government and how to deal with them. So some of them I will just highlight, which we have identified as an office. We've picked some of it from the government development plan. We've picked some of them from just our discussions with stakeholders, but they are not exhaustive. They are not exhaustive at all. We need you to look at them to tell us whether they are right and whether you really want to add to them. So in terms of priority issues, we have all what government has put down as its priorities. Some of them, like I said, go from the government development plan. This is protecting economic, social rights by growth in agriculture, housing, healthcare. There is the issue of climate change and human rights. illicit financial flows and corruption. You know, these are matters that really take a lot of resources from the public. It takes a lot of resources from government so that government cannot now implement its objectives, really. So we have the issue of eviction. You heard what happened last time in East African Portland land. We have the issue of accountability. We still have problems of police brutality. We have problems of extrajudicial killing and torture. And then we have, of course, gender issues. We have digital technology and human rights. Of course, still issues of unemployment. We are supposed to deal with that. And matters of health, as you've seen in the skit, that it's a really big problem for most all of us. We can't just say it's that the poorest of the poor, the middle, the rich. For all Kenyans, really, it's a big problem. So these are some of the priority matters that we want to address and that we want to lay down before you so that you can look at them, see if they're okay, if you feel like we might need to add or remove some of them. And in fact, and secondly, also we need to inform our pledges during the 75th anniversary of the UDHR. Now, this dialogue has come at a very opportune time because it allows us to do several things. First of all, to elicit your views, your feedback, your recommendations on what should be in the policy. What are the problems you've noticed in the policy, and also to give us your recommendations on how to address them. Secondly, as we've heard from the speakers who've spoken ahead of me, before me, government needs to make commitments during the 75th anniversary of the UDHR. Several commitments. We have sat and felt that we need to give, you can give between 1 and 5, but we decided we can give 5. So we would like you to help us to pick these commitments or the pledges. I have given you a list of the issues that we have on board. Do we pick from that list, the five, do we pick from that list? Or are there any that you feel are so strong, are so, really huge concerns that we need to put in there? Because we can only take 5, can't take more than that. And in terms of these pledges, we were requested by the Office of the High Commission to ensure that it's very participatory. We can't just, like I said earlier, just sit and decide this is the one, this is the one. We have to reach out to the people, and we feel that you are the people who represent the Kenyan people. You are able to give the Kenyan people a voice so that the pledges that we take resonate well with their rights. So I think that's all I have to say right now. So I would like now for us to open up for plenary so that I can receive some of these human rights issues, some of these pledges that we can commit to and the pledges need to be forward-looking and, so that we can commit to them in the next several years. Thank you. I think, can I see any hands? Anybody wants to comment on what I've said? Or you can put up your hands. I know people are really hungry right now. It's past the hour.
I'm Lucas Gitao from the Institute for Social Accountability. I would like to understand, as a state law office, what your office has done with regards to recommendation of the removal of some of the state officers who hold offices yet they've been considered to be corrupt or who are perceived to have a beyond reproach kind of character. Because as we talk about human rights, we also need to see what are the things that will make it difficult for us to achieve the same. So I would like to understand, as the State Law Office, what has it done with regards to the removal of some of these individuals in these key offices? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from my side, I just have two questions. We are here as a civil society to defend the Constitution of 2010 and actually to enforce the implementation of it. But truth be told, there is a lot of justice delay in the current system that we have. And as we all know, justice delay is justice denied. So what is the Office of Attorney General doing to make sure that the pending cases that are there, especially the ones affecting our youths at industrial area, at these small cases, how can they be sorted out once and for all? Two, we have issues of eviction across the country. And these issues of eviction, they are denying the rights of housing, the rights of access to land, the right of owning a property. Why are Kenyan government officials going against the Constitution? We want to see the Office of Attorney General that is enforcing the implementation of the 2010 Constitution, not disrupting and destroying the 2010 Constitution. I rest my case.
Let her take the first two.
Okay, thank you. The first question was on the removal of state officers who are perceived to be corrupt. What I can say about this is you cannot remove somebody because you perceive that they are corrupt. You have to prove this case matter in court. So once the person is found to be corrupt, the law just follows its course. Then they are interdicted, they are imprisoned, convicted, and they serve their sentences. Now, what has the Office of the AG done? You know, the Office of the AG drafted and lobbied and ensured that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act is passed. And one of the provisions says that if a state officer or even a public officer is found guilty of having committed a crime under the chapter 6 of the Constitution, then they cannot get another state job. A state job for 7 years. In fact, the Constitution itself says for good, you can never get another state job or a public job. But at least the is that you cannot get another state job for 7 years. And even the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which we did ratify, says that governments must put in place legislation to ensure that people who have committed these crimes cannot again come back and be employed. But normally in Kenya you find that if somebody is found to have committed a crime, or if there is suspicion, they must be taken to court. You know, the rule of law. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission will deal with the matter, investigate, the DPP will prosecute, and it will be placed in court before the judges. But if they find that maybe there is no evidence, we couldn't get evidence, then the person is released, and that is really out of our hands. In terms of, I think the next one, cases, delay of cases in court. I think that was the question. You see the problem, the judiciary, there's a huge backlog of court cases. Judiciary is trying to really struggle to make sure that all the cases are heard in good time, but which is not easy. And the Office of the AG has put in place certain rules, laws, and policies to try and make sure that there is access to justice in the fastest possible way. We have tried to increase the number of judges. We have tried to increase the number of courts across the country. Even mobile courts to go into all. The other day the CJ was opening a court, I think, in Turkana court. These are things that Kenya is doing. And most importantly of all, we have introduced an alternative justice system policy, recognizing our traditional justice system, cultural system, the ones that we used to use early, before the British colonized us, and we took up their laws. Because we discovered that huge majority of Kenya actually don't go to the formal courts. They actually use the traditional mechanism, the Council of Elder, the Jury JK, even in terms of land cases. We were in Kajiado the other day, and we realized the Council of Elders had many cases which they are trying to deal with. So AG, I think, tries the best that we can try to come up with all these laws, regulations, but it's never enough. You just try to do it and hope it will work. But as we move forward, you find other challenge. But we have that goal of making sure, strengthening the judiciary, making sure all the cases are heard. But we are taking steps towards that vision. Were those the only questions? I think I got those two. And please also try and give us some of your...
Yes. I know that there are people in the audience who want to give solutions, but can we just take one more question and then it gets back to plenary, please? You have a proposal. I know. Question?
My name is Marion Njoroge from Mount Kenya Defenders. I have a very brief question, straightforward. How do you intend to localize your outreach for that person down there in Kiharu to get your services? Thank you.
In Kiharu? In Kiharu? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the office of the AG has several offices all across the country. I think in the major counties, major regions. But early this year, the AG was able to apply to solicit cabinet to allow the AG's office to open, to decentralize to all the counties and the regions. Yeah. So right now we are trying to open up our services across the country. Now this will largely depend on the budget that we get to be able to open this. It's a matter of budget also, and it's also a matter of capacity. Right now we have a very high turnover with regard to state councils in the office of the AG. They come, they work for 3-4 years, they leave, and we find we have very few officers to ensure that the whole country is covered. So for right now, we received some money, not enough, money is never enough, to be able to decentralize further into the country, have a bigger outreach, and also we are trying to employ, we've received approval from Public Service Commission to actually employ a few more, I think it's 98, Secretary, if I'm not wrong, to employ more counsel who can then be dispatched to all parts of Kenya. Thank you.
So we are back to the plenary, and please be more solution-oriented now. Very briefly.
My proposal is that because already we have realized that there is need for housing in Kenya, we are launching project of housing development in the whole of Kenya. We should stop eviction. Because already we have realized that there is a problem. This sector has not been funded well. So we would like AG to advise the government that they should stop making policies which are not implemented. The policies are there to address the issues and solve the problems. For example, we started the Kenya Slum Upgrading Policy. It was enacted. We started the process of Kenya Slum Upgrading and Prevention Bill. We started 2018, it was stopped up to now. And the bill was to implement the policy of making sure that they solve the problem of slums. So to me, I would advise that you develop what we call resettlement procedure, not eviction guideline. Resettlement procedure that will help solve the problem of people squatting on private land, people squatting on public land, people living around the riparian areas, so that now we make sure that we have changed that situation of seeing those informal settlements as enemies.
My sister?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gishuki from the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. And thanks, Emily, Madam Emily, for your presentation and even highlighting the commitments or the priorities by the Kenyan government in this journey or towards the celebration of the UNHCR 75th anniversary. Mine is on accountability and particularly on police brutality. I haven't had a chance to see maybe in terms of your details, the details on what the government is committing on reducing extrajudicial killings, also if you want to call it enforced disappearances. My question is, I have realized that Kenya signed the international convention back in, I think, 2007, but it has not ratified the same. What steps is the government making towards that ratification so that then that convention can be part of our laws, so that we work around the reduction, or we have a proper framework, a legal framework to deal with such vice.
And as you do that, kindly advise if Kenya is monist or dualist, because Peter, Honorable Kaluma made the same points about ratifications and parliament discussions this morning. Let me take my other sister here before I get to the gentleman.
I think my name is Grace from Coastal Region, and in terms of the priority issues, I will focus on the business and human rights, and in this area we focus on the rights to health, the issues of security, the cultural rights, and safety issues, among things to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. I noted you spoke about access to justice and the policies that you put in there, especially towards implementing the Legal Aid Act 2016. I think we need to complete it, especially on the fund, the Legal Aid Fund, to talk to the issue of who is going to be representing in Kiharu. Finally, I said it, but let me repeat it. The civil society sector has been talking about the PBO Act. I think it's one of those things that this government need to put in front and commit to.
Okay, I think I can just have the attention now to just give my comments on those. I think there were 4 or 5. So I will start with the one on eviction. I think this issue of eviction is a very, very terrible personal problem in Kenya. And over the years, government has tried to come up with some rules. In fact, there is a provision in the Land Act that gives the parameters on how you go about evicting in an humane manner. You see, we have the laws, we have the strategies, but somehow we were just shocked. Everyone was just shocked. Even the AG was shocked to see what they did the other day. Yeah. So in fact, we've been asked to come up with an opinion on that, which advisory to government on how to go about some of these evictions. And then secondly, there is the issue of accountability with regard to police brutality, extrajudicial killing, and enforced disappearance. I would say that really it's not the government policy for there to be extrajudicial killings and enforced. It's not. But in any society, there are always those some evil people who just misbehave, and it's up to the society to ensure they don't. So what the Office of the AG has done, firstly, it has tried it's operationalizing the National Coroner Service Act, which establishes the National Coroner Service to provide independent investigation into the cause of death, the causes of reportable deaths. You know, not all deaths are reportable. You know, if you die under the supervision of a doctor, that's not really reportable. So we are, in fact, we've really moved forward with regard to the establishment of this service, because as you know, when there's an extrajudicial killing, the first person at the scene is the police. What will happen if it's actually the police who have committed this crime? Of course, they will try to cover it up, whatever. So this This act is saying that we need to have the office of the coroner. By coroner, I mean the pathologist, to be there in place. In fact, Johansson the other day was telling us there are some boys who were killed on some road by the police during COVID. I don't know if you heard about it. During COVID, they were told to stop, they refused to stop. Then they started abusing the police, no young men. Then suddenly they just disappeared. The next time they were found in a different road, put on the road, different area completely. They were just found on the road, looking like they've been hit by cars. But later when Johansson went to check, he found these injuries do not look like they may have been inflicted by a car. Yeah, it looks like they were actually beaten and whatever. So the office of the pathologist is very, very important, which we have now even finished the human resource instruments to try to give him an office. We've deployed Johansson actually to the service. Secondly, what the office of the AG is doing, we are in the process, or not even process, we want to ratify the Convention on the Protection of Persons from Enforced Disappearance. If you look at the government Kenya Kwanza manifesto, it is there. But what we were told, and this comes to the issue of monists and dualists, the Constitution says, Article 2.6, that once a treaty is ratified, it becomes part of Kenyan law in accordance with the Constitution. But under the article, chapter 4, we are also told that the state will domesticate or enact legislation to implement human rights obligation. So you see, on one hand, it's saying it's a part of Kenyan law, other part is saying you have to do this legislation. So we are not very sure we are where we are. But we've decided, since once we ratify, the treaty or the right becomes justiciable in court. It is important to clean our house, to try and clean our house first before we ratify, so that once we do it, we are not caught flat-footed and somebody rushes to court to say you've done not done this and that. So with regard to that treaty, what the AG has advised that we start changing our laws. Right now, as we speak, the penal code does not have a definition of enforced disappearance. People are charged, the DPP told us, people are charged under kidnapping, under ransom, under, I don't know, various other offenses which don't really give the complexity of the problem of enforced disappearance. So the AG has set up a multi-agency task force with members from the key stakeholders, DPP, judiciary. I think we have IPOA, we have Kenya National Commission. There was a suggestion that we bring in some civil society organizations so that we work on our laws and then we work towards ratification. Now, ratification, you also need to do a memorandum. If you look at the ratification of this act, you have to assess what are the implications, the impact of ratifying this treaty on the economic, political, environment, budgetary, environment, impact of Kenya. How will it impact us in that regard? So this is what we are doing. We are preparing a huge memorandum on that bit. So PBO Act. PBO Act, I think we have two court judgments saying the government must operationalize the PBO Act. Now the problem is the PBO Act it used to be under Ministry of Devolution, I think, but it was pushed to Ministry of Interior. We've written several letters, we've spoken to them, when are we operationalizing, but so far there's been silence. So I'm sorry, but at that point, there's nothing more I can say on that one. And then accountability, I think that's all, if I'm not wrong. Oh, business and human rights. Maybe I can call upon my secretary here to just give a few words, because she's the one in charge, and she might be able to give a better whatever. Let me just bring it.
She didn't even ask a question. She actually only just told us that there should be focus on health issues and access to justice. And you find in the action plan, those are some of the issues that actually the action plan, because the policy, the action plan focuses on access to justice and all those other, where we're saying that if you operate in Kenya, then these are issues that you must take into account the issues of environment, like you saw, because the environment, degradation of the environment then affects health, affects so many other things, including housing, including certain other rights. So those, I think she wanted us to make a pledge that that will focus on health, access to justice. Did I represent you correctly?
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think I've come to the end of my presentation. We've received various comments, various concerns, and we are taking them on board. And I just want to say that, as you see, even in the human rights policy, government really, on the stage, it is there for you, for the people of Kenya. It tries as much as possible to implement all of these human rights issues. But the issue sometimes is the problem of budget, sometimes is the problem of capacity, sometimes the political issue, which we keep trying to address. We have to keep trying to address all these things. Rome was not built in a day. And okay, I know many other countries, Western countries, are able to reach at a certain huge level. But in Kenya here, because of maybe the budget, as I said, it takes longer. But you see, so much has already been done. Free education, there are issues. We are trying to ensure free healthcare. We are trying to do many things. So give us that time, and I think we manage. Now, we had asked for some pledges, which, as I hear, what I can hear, some are coming out. Maybe the issue of eviction, if I'm not wrong, the issue of police accountability, the issue of housing is important. I can take those three. Is there anything else? Ratifications, I feel it's, I can take ratifications. I hear, for me, I can hear three, but if there are any others, you can just tell us.
May I ask anybody who can catch question? If you can catch Sam Omondi, have him brought here and be dealt with in accordance with the program. Sir, you have a question? Please, just rise and try to be audible. We'll hear you.
Yeah, I think I hear you on that, and I think it's a very important pledge. You can pledge on that we are committed to ensure access to justice for persons with disability. So, in fact, Kenya is already doing quite a bit. Even I think the judiciary have introduced Braille, they've introduced RAMs, just to ensure that persons with disabilities are able to access. But I hear you, and we can have that as the fourth, because I've identified 3, that is the 4th. So we are remaining with 1. Yes? Okay, I think reparation is a very, very important issue in Kenya because since the post-election violence, since the TGRC report, there have been calls to ensure that victims are compensated, get reparations, which is not just compensation, but rehabilitation and reconciliation, whatever. So, but it has so far proved a bit difficult, but I'm happy to report that we now have a victim protection fund. We are trying to come up with a victim protection fund, which now will look at all kinds of crimes and provide reparations. But the only problem is that the act was passed in 2014, so it's only victims from 2014 coming forward who can be compensated or reparated with regard to that fund. And we had also an issue with TRC report because it had never been ratified by Parliament, so it was a bit difficult to implement. But I think there is need for more conversation, more dialogue with regard to some of the reparation issues. We tried to come up with a reparation policy, and at some point it just didn't work. So, but I hear you, and I think we can try and keep the conversation going and try to advocate for reparation for before 2024.
Thank you. This dialogue is coming to an end. Please speak from there. Be very brief. Still there. Ask the question. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman, Western CSOs Network. This is going to be, I think, my last exercise with you as the moderator of your meeting. But before that, let me sincerely apologize on behalf of the organizers for what you just said about the lack of sign language interpreter. I think the organizers are hearing me. I am sure it was inadvertently forgotten, but they'll have the opportunity to also directly tell you that. Please, in the name of that Gabonese, Omar Bongo, I want you to make some noise. All of you have this. You all have this. I want you to make some noise to the world. We are all inside this room. Let the world hear us. We go to Article 1. Can we do this standing? Tafadhalini, and then I'll call the last of that panel that will be before us. Let's do this standing, respectfully. "75 years. Been interesting 75 years. I think people who are at that age, well, you saw the first African president, you saw the United Nations Declaration reached 75. You've seen the hostilities in Palestine grow up and down. You've seen a lot of things. So we are all up. So Article 1. Article 1. Please let's read together, making the noise. All human beings all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. Mkumbukeni hayo, na tafakari. I try. Tafakari hayo. So please, some, and for all the sagacious and the audacious representations, we thank everybody. We continuously thank you, and I think we've grown up together. Do that happy birthday for the commission. Happy birthday, yeah? Let's sing that. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear commission. Happy birthday to you. I think I'm going to ask my colleague Anne. She's going to say how old the commission is. But one of the things Anne is going to do as we end today's session is that we've drafted a communique that we want to present to the Office of the Attorney General, which summarizes the issues that came out of the regional dialogues and what we have discussed today in terms of what we think they need to take into consideration. But this will also officially be sent to the Office of the Attorney General with a cover letter from the Commission on some of those commitments. So Anne, please take the floor.
Thank you, Samson, and thank you all of you once again for celebrating our 20th birthday with us. So we've come to the end of this dialogue, and it has culminated into a communique that I shall read on behalf of the Commission, but also on behalf of all of you from the regions to this national dialogue, so that we can officially present it to the state, to the Office of the Attorney General. So I'll read it. Joint Communique on the National Human Rights Dialogue, 19th October 2023. This is the joint communique of the National Human Rights Dialogue meeting chaired by the Office of the Attorney General, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, with the support of the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights. Today, the 19th of October 2023, we have held the National Human Rights Dialogue meeting with the aim of discussing regional perspectives on national action and engaging stakeholders in the formulation of a national human rights strategy. This meeting comes at a time where we have successfully concluded 8 regional human rights dialogue that were held in Western Kenya, North Rift, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Garissa, Mombasa, and Wajir regions. Internationally, this meeting is held as part of the Human Rights 75th campaign that is spearheaded by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which is geared towards commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. This meeting reflected that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights and universality and indivisibility of all human rights for all without discrimination. At the meeting, the Office of the Attorney General, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and partners, particularly the OHCHR, as well as the other state agencies that were present, including the National Gender and Equality Commission, the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the National Police Service, the Kenya Prison Service, and the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Judiciary, the Department of Children's Services, amongst others, and together with the State Law Office, have revitalized their common agenda and renewed their commitment to upholding human rights, strengthening the rule of law and good governance in line with international human rights law and respective regional, legal, and policy framework on human rights and democracy. We commend the communities and the human rights defenders who took part in the 8th Regional Human Rights Dialogue, which is indeed a clear manifestation of their passion for human rights promotion, as well as the unswerving commitment to the defense of human rights in the country. The dialogue forums proved to be powerful platforms of engagement on the dire state of human rights in the respective regions in the country, where the hits and misses of the administration in the country and in the counties were discussed, and valuable experiences and specific human rights issues were shared among participants. We acknowledge the challenges facing the promotion of human rights and the protection of human rights in the country, which have been discussed here, and we call for measures to address them. Budgetary constraints to constitutional commissions and human rights institutions in the country to expand presence in the counties. We have talked about the declining socioeconomic issues that is undermined mostly by the high taxation regime in the country, as well as governance and integrity challenges that continue to hamper the realization of human rights in the country. The increase in cases of sexual and gender-based violence, including domestic violence, restriction on the exercise of fundamental freedoms, in particular the freedom of expression and assembly, police brutality, as well as insecurity, remain of deep concern. We refer to the inequalities and upholding non-discrimination and equal enjoyment of rights by all. We urge the current administration and concerned government agencies to improve funding to respective bodies and ensure the rule of law as immediate measures required in the promotion and protection of human rights in this context. We take cognizance of the fact that this is the first National Human Rights Dialogue under the new Kenya Kwanza Coalition administration, and indeed in line with its public declarations to abide by the tenets of the Constitution and the rule of law. We therefore urge our government to lay emphasis on human rights as the foundation of good governance. In this spirit, we urge for concrete progress towards the review, ratification, domestication, and implementation of all international human rights norms and standards that have been part of the recent public discourse in the country, especially the abolition of the death penalty, addressing enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and the respect for sexual minority rights in Kenya. We take note of the urgent need to review the National Action Plan for the promotion and protection of human rights in the country, which was adopted by the Cabinet in 2014 and has been under implementation for 5 years. The plan is due for review, and with this meeting, that process has been kick-started. On the issue of human rights-based programming in the country, we underline the need to promote processes in the country that will strengthen human rights education, the rule of law, and accountability. the state, as the main duty bearer, is urged to fund civic education across the country and support human rights-based development in all human rights programs. On the ongoing National Dialogue Committee, bipartisan talks which are likely to lead to a constitutional amendment, we welcome the talks as the atmosphere of the public calm that has been ensued in the country. However, we urge the political players involved to ensure no derogation to the constitutional commitment for human rights-based governance in the country, and as such, we plead with the parties to at all times uphold the basic structure, doctrine, and integrity of the Constitution in this process. We urge close collaboration with the parties to explore concrete ways for further engagement in the promotion of the work of the civil society in the country, as well as human rights defenders working for the promotion and protection of these fundamental rights. Finally, we renew our commitment to the importance of having regular dialogues such as this at both technical and non-technical levels, at the national level and at the grassroots level, to facilitate the implementation of the commitments that we are making in this meeting, and take forward the priorities that have been identified as part of the development of the new national policy and plan of action on human rights and Kenya's engagement with international human rights mechanisms, issued at Nairobi on 19th October 2023. So at this juncture, I would request for Irungu and Lee, and probably if we can get a representative from a grassroots civil society organization, a man and a woman. I have to say that.
We were challenged by editor in the morning that there are no young boys and girls in the conversation. So where is she? Okay. So let's have a great. So join us. Then you have a Dika from Mombasa. Then you have a Rungu and Lee. So please join us here so that we can have this presented to the Office of the Attorney General. But the Commission will also be doing a formal submission to the Office of the Attorney General, which might have slightly much more input.
So this is the communique of the National Human Rights Dialogue that we have held in the course of today, but also across the regions in the country. And on behalf of the Commission and all human rights practitioners at the national level and at the county levels, I wish to formally present this communique to the Office of the Attorney General.
Not to pledge that once the communique comes officially to the Office of the Attorney General, we shall acknowledge and encourage the Attorney General to encourage government too to take the necessary pledges during the Human Rights Day.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all the grassroots defenders and on behalf of the defenders from the mountain, we look forward for great interaction. Struggle and luta continua. Thank you.
Long live the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, long live. Long live the Constitution of Kenya, long live. Long live the government of Kenya, long live. Long live human rights defenders wherever they are, long live. Somebody announced lunch, right food.
There is no saying it. Tumemaliza, si ndio? Is there anybody who wants me to thank them? Should we thank them? So the lunch is served. You leave by that door, you'll get the voucher for lunch. And I'm given to take that lunch is served downstairs here. On behalf of everybody else who was not here, we thank the organizers. We thank GOK and all the representatives for the time that you gave to this. And we also thank ourselves. I wish you all the best. Have journey mercies your way back home. Na asanteni sana till we meet again. Right here on earth. Bye.